So I hope everybody's got their coffee, and it's lovely to be here. I'm from the West Coast, so I can actually say that this is 7 o'clock in the morning for me. And so I think starting right away is going to be good for all of us. All right. Good morning and welcome to our two-day conference on the topic of what future of copyright in Canada. And this conference is hosted by the CDCE, the Coalition for the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. And at this time, we'd like to invite Monique Menache, the Executive Director of Indigenous Culture and Media Innovation, to open our event.
Joshig, welcome. Welcome to unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin territory. Monique Menache Indishnikos, Kittikinnikanishna and Dojaba. My name is Monique Menache and I'm a member of the Algonquins of Barrier Lake. When I was thinking about what to say this morning, it's, I don't know if it's ironic, but it's interesting that I'm opening this event because I made a presentation to the Standing Committee on the review of the copyright legislation. And at that time, and I'll talk about this tomorrow, so I won't give you any spoilers. At that time, I spoke to them about the difference between Western version of copyright and Indigenous intellectual property. And the difference has to do with community. It has to do with stewardship as opposed to individual ownership. And I liken it to a story, a quick story, not a story, just a little story, that was given to me by an elder that I work with very closely. His name is Albert Dumont. And he talked about two canoes. And in the one canoe, there's 8, 10, it's a big canoe, people in the canoe, but only one person has a paddle. And in the second canoe, the same, 8, 10 people, everybody has a paddle. And he asked, which canoe would you rather be in? The one where only one person has a paddle, or where everybody has a paddle? And the thing is, the paddle is your voice. And so I don't know about you, but I would rather be in the canoe where everybody has a paddle. Because then if you don't like where the paddle is going, you can, catch a crab, as they say, or you can make your feelings known and you can do something about it. And that is similar to me in the way that stories and dances and songs and history is passed down orally. There's the knowledge transference protocols are all based on the oral transmission of knowledge. And that's why the community, the family, has stewardship, because they know they have to pass that down to their children and they're responsible for it as opposed to owning it. And so I'd like to open this space to have a space for dialogue, a space for discussion, a space for learning, for sharing, a safe space, a warm and welcoming space. And I'll do that with a few words to the Creator. Thank you, Creator. Thank you for all the things you've put in our homelands that help human beings to live well. We acknowledge and honor the lakes, the rivers, the streams, and the oceans. We acknowledge and honor the animals, the birds, the fish, and all the good human beings. We thank you for our medicines and our ceremonies. We thank you for our ability to help each other in times of trouble or anguish and to bring peace to one another. We ask that you help us reach the wisdom of each of our own ancestors, and that we bring that wisdom into our lives and share it with our friends and our family and our community. We remember our family and friends who are suffering from illness whether it's physical, mental, or addictions. And we hope that they have a good day today and that they return to us soon as role models and as mentors. We thank you for the sky world above us, for the Mother Earth, and for all the things that live beneath the surface of the earth. And we remember to live our lives with great respect for all living things. Kachimigwich, 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 Kachimigwich. Thank you. I know we're going to have a wonderful conference. Thank you very much.
Bonjour. Hello, I hope you're well and that you were able to take a coffee as well as your headsets in a bit to hear us well during these 2 days. I'm here to introduce our main facilitator, Jeff Young. He's a member of the Law Society of British Columbia, and he's a member of the State Bar of California in the USA. He's also an adjunct professor of law at the University of Victoria, a composer and music producer, and an executive director of the CDC. Jeff has, throughout his career, been a negotiator with big media, and he has been the president of ACTRA in British Columbia. And he has thus worked with actors and artists, and he has also assisted the Olympic Committee on media issues. There is a Olympic torch, and he's also, as I said, adjunct professor of law at the University of Victoria, where he teaches music, and he's also a composer, and he has worked with TV, and he also works with the Screen Guild of Canada. Thank you, Merce.
I also would like to start by introducing you to my co-moderator for the event, which is Natalie Gay. She is the executive director of our host organization, the CDCE. She's worked extensively in international relations on issues of regional and sustainable development, trade agreements, international solidarity, and the changes brought by digital technology. She's also a very important part of this conference for me because her abilities to speak French is much greater than mine. And on that note, actually, I realized that I forgot to get the earpiece with translation. So if one of our technicians can help provide that for me while we continue our opening, that would be lovely. A few announcements. Masks are not required but recommended, and of course we'll respect all public health protocols that the conference center asks of us. An announcement is that there's going to be a reception on the Hill from 5 to 7 p.m. after today's conference, and the address there, for those who may not know, is 197 Sparks Street. So you do have to bring your proof of vaccination, bring that along, and it'll be lovely to see all of you at the reception tonight. Also, as an incentive to be here completely on time tomorrow, I've been told that there's going to be a lovely breakfast served at 8:15 right over on the other side of the room, and that's part of the conference. So we welcome you to enjoy breakfast with us here. And on that note, at this point, I would like to introduce Bill Skolnick, the co-chair of the CDCE, to come up and say a few words. Bill's also the representative of the Screen Composers Guild of Canada, and he has been in leadership roles with the Directors Guild, the Canadian Federation of Musicians, and the Radio Producers Association. It was a pleasure to talk to Bill a little bit this morning, as I'm also a member of the Screen Composers Guild, and we had a lovely time chatting about the other part of my life, which is the enjoyment of creation of music. Bill?
Thank you, Jeff, and welcome to everybody. The Coalition for the Diversity of Cultural Expressions consists of 47 organizations representing trade associations, unions, guilds, and collective societies. Over 2,000 entities were big companies to self-proprietorships, over 200,000 performers, creators, technicians, managers, other professionals in live performance, the visual arts, screen and music production, and book and music publishing. Our mission is to promote and protect the objectives of the 2005 UNESCO Convention on the Diversity of Cultural Expressions, an important enough document that Canada was the very first signatory, and an important enough document to make it part of our national broadcasting policy. In the Bible, in Genesis, there's the story of the Tower of Babel, and the literal interpretation is that faced with competition, God created confusion. But religious scholars have determined there's another reason. God's action resulted in diversity and variety, and because the change came from God, it is good. We're just continuing God's work here. So the other thing we want to talk about is copyright, because that's why we're here. A number of us have been looking at C10, C11, C18. Well, we wouldn't need those things, and they wouldn't even exist if there were no stories and songs. Someone a very long time ago told the very first story, before or during, after their hunting and gathering, and someone sang the first song or hummed a melody or whistled it, and someone else drew a picture. Maybe the picture was about that story. Other people marveled at this, and they probably wanted a copy, or at least to hear or see the work again. And at some point, the storytellers, the singer-musicians, and the artists did more and more reciting, playing, and drawing, and they likely traded what they had with the hunter-gatherers for their products. So the storytellers, the musicians, and the artists got compensated, earning with their art what they needed to survive, and copyright began. So we are here to look at it. Just like the printing press changed storytelling and the phonograph changed music, here we are gathered to examine the new reality and to fix the rules so that artists can continue to thrive and they don't have to revert to hunting and gathering all over again. That's our purpose. Thanks for coming physically and virtually.
I'd like next to invite Owen Ripley, the Associate Assistant Deputy Minister of Cultural Affairs from Canadian Heritage, to share a few words.
Good morning. Bonjour à tous. Je vous remercie.
I thank you for given me the opportunity to welcome you at the National Capital Region for this important meeting and that gathers experts in copyright. I recognize that Ottawa-Gatineau is on the unceded land of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. My name is Owen Ripley, and I am the Associate Assistant Deputy Minister for Canadian Heritage. I would like to thank the coalition to have invited me and to have organized this very passionate programming. A cultural market that is positive for creators and users is important for the social and economic health of our country. Copyright is a central pillar of this market, and it is a priority for the Government of Canada. The recent parliamentary examen on the Act for Copyright has put forward different ways to amend this area, and that has led to a public consultation on issues of copyright. Many people here were generously part of the group of experts that have contributed and made of this consultation productive.
Implements a longer term of protection in the context of the Canada-US-Mexico agreement. While the government recently moved ahead with implementing the longer term through the 2022 budget, we continue to reflect on what limitations, exceptions, or other measures may be warranted given the longer term of protection. The second and third consultations focused on the evolving intersection of copyright law and policy with technology. Online intermediaries obviously wield enormous influence and are now a key part of the creative ecosystem. We explored the potential impact of artificial intelligence on the future of copyright in Canada, and we also heard about the need to facilitate a right to repair software-enabled devices, a very live debate right now with Private Members Bill C-244. Looking ahead, the Minister of Canadian Heritage and the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry are mandated to further protect artists, creators and copyright holders, including to allow resale rights for artists. In the recent budget, the government also affirmed its commitment to ensuring a sustainable educational publishing industry, including fair remuneration for creators and copyright holders, as well as a modern and innovative marketplace for users. Over the coming 2 days, you will discuss these issues and many more, and I look forward to the discussions. Bonne conférence. Merci.
Thank you, Owen. Before I ask the next keynote speaker to come to the microphone, I would like to thank our partners. I would like to thank Ally Canada and also the Chair for Research at the University of Ottawa, Canada Heritage, as well as the Ministry of Culture of Quebec for supporting the coalition. I am now inviting François Leman, President of Ally, to take the stand. Thank you very much, Natalie, and my thanks goes to Jeff as well. Artists need an adequate legislative framework to exercise their work, and that would ensure the freedom of creation and expression. In certain area, as visual art, the artist must have a clear framework as the one we have on the status of the artist. In Quebec, we are about to implement that. But what is important to encourage the creation, to ensure the broadcasting, and to ensure true and fair payment to artists, we would need a strong law. We are now celebrating 100 years of an act that then was forward-looking after the UK, Canada was one to install a moral obligation. 100 years later, well, we're not in a better position. The authors have lost ground to users, and some practices have been eroded by legal precedent, and the legislator did not intervene. At that time, Canada has not adopted the right to follow, and which does not allow artists to have access to payments from some of their work sold here in Canada. Now, this is something that does exist in the European Union. Now, copyright has become a true Gruyere cheese with several exceptions in situations where creators lose the control of their own work and can longer aspire to be paid fairly. What we're going to talk about today in copyright is not an accident. It's rather to show how copyright has stepped away from its main mission, which is to protect authors. Now, we have to think about the future of copyright. That is why the association is here and is a member of this meeting with the coalition and other partners. With the coalition, we share preoccupation with regards to the state of affairs now, and we encourage the implementation of a culture setting that would be in line with what we want in Canada, be it with art, Indigenous art, Francophone art, or English art. Otherwise, this is something that will be done overseas. Here, we are looking forward to listening to experts that are respected in Canada and overseas. They will talk about what copyright should be in Canada. Throughout our debate, let's not forget that there will be legal discussions, but beyond that, you have authors that want us to act. Thank you very much, and I wish you a nice symposium. Thank you very much, Francois, for this inspiring speech. And now I am inviting Mona Paré, Vice Dean for Graduate Studies at the Faculty of Law, Civil Law Section, University of Ottawa. Thank you.
À mon tour.
It is my turn to be honored to wish you a warm welcome from the University of Canada and from the Civil Law Section of the University of Ottawa, where you have the research chair on intelligence, artificial intelligence responsible from a worldwide view. And I would like once again to underscore that this meeting is being held on the Algonquin Anishinaabe unceded land. It is always a pleasure for us to support concerted efforts made by academia, by associations, by government, and that encompasses different actors of the cultural world, all with a common objective: find solutions to better our society by legislative reforms. These efforts reflect the vision of the University of Ottawa to work together for a better world, find solutions that would transform real global challenges, take advantage of this opportunity to create and to share knowledge, ensure a common future, an interconnected one. The future of copyright is something that we talk about a lot at the university. These are issues that we can apprehend easily because we are in an environment where we have creators, we have authors, but we are also consumers of culture, of knowledge. We share it and we create knowledge. As I said, these are issues that we understand very well from the viewpoint of users and of creators, from a research viewpoint and implementation viewpoint. I wish you a great symposium, and I'm sure that you will find solutions for a better future, for the creation of culture and the safeguarding of culture. And I wish you to continue your collaboration outside of this symposium. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the speakers. And one more administrative note, now that I've got this set up properly, which is great, is that all of the rest of us who have the headsets, I'm asked to say that those shouldn't be leaving the room. So if you step out, leave your translation headset with our technicians, and you will get them back when you come back in the room. So on that note, we are completely on time, and we're going to be starting our first panel, on copyright and diversity of cultural expression. And one of the interesting things in my career as a person who mainly deals with entertainment and media law is that I am, in essence, a transactional negotiator. I deal make. And in the last mostly 5 or 6 years, I've had the pleasure of working with so many diverse cultures, from documentary filmmakers to people who are genuinely interested in exploring a different view of certain cultures than what was previously expressed in media. And in doing that, I've noticed that there's been a lot more things that I've had to deal with where people do want to ensure that when a media and entertainment project talks about their culture, that they don't want to just sign away rights. They want to have some legitimate control over how they are presented. And that's led to a very interesting new world in terms of respecting different cultures and the expression of those cultures. And of course, tied into that is the whole world of copyright. And that's what this panel is about. So we have a number of guests, and that includes guests that Natalie will be introducing. The panel topic, again, copyright and the diversity of cultural expressions.
Bonjour. Alors, je vais vous...
Hello. So I will introduce the panel members, and you can come and sit on your chair as you're being presented. The first that you have is Melissa Véro, author, translator, professor, and vice president of UNEC, and she works at the University of Laval. She has produced 3 books, and L'Envol du Poisson Rouge, that was received an award, The Voix des Disparitions, and a novel called Le Point d'Équilibre that was published by Chaudière-Appalaches, and she also published something for French learners, Couleur Primaire, that was published in France. She has a French version of Break, the Caténin Verma, was awarded in 2018, and she signed also the French version of Liminal, the Jordan title, that received an award in 2019. She translated poetry Aldo Mare of Samantha Barrison. To those publishing, there are many texts that were published in several publishing published in different areas. And then following that, I would introduce France D'Amour, that had a interesting childhood and a happy one with her family and adoptive siblings. And France D'Amour says that one day she will write her songs from a young age. That is what she kept on saying. And now, so far, she has recorded 12 albums, Animal Déchaîné, Silence des Roses, and another album, Hors de tout doute, Les Autres, Bubble Bath and Champagne, and Bubble Bath and Champagne 2. And she's known for her work as a composer, as an author, and she works for other artists as well. She has been a facilitator for events at a Fin d'Abraham. The interpreter apologizes, but Madame is reading very far and they do not have a copy of it. So I welcome France. Now, Luc Dion is next, musician, administrator. He is responsible for important files for the government of Quebec, and he started working as a political attaché. He started writing his first scenario in 1996, which was for Omerta, the La Loi du Silence, and that was a very successful project. He has written a lot for TV, Tag, Blue Moon, Rupture, Bunker, and the Cirque. And he has adapted Monica la Mitraille for cinema, and he has also published Aurore, L'Enfant Protège, Omerta, that he has produced, that received the award of Guichet d'Or.
It's in 2016 that he started writing daily programs. The 720 show was very well received, got 20 prizes locally and around the world. He's also, Luc Dion, part of the Canadian Committee of Authors for many years. So welcome to you.
I'd like to invite up to join us Jordan Officer, who is an accomplished guitarist, producer, performer, and recording artist with recordings that have sold over 250,000 copies around the world. His album, Three Rivers, won the Felix Jazz Album of the Year at the 2018 ADISQ Awards, and the tour that followed was also nominated in 2019 for Show of the Year. Congratulations on all of that, right before, of course, the nefarious events of 2020. Also, we'd like to invite Wanda Taylor. She's an award-winning journalist, college professor, filmmaker, playwright, and author of 7 books of fiction and nonfiction in genres that span across children's, middle grade, young adult, and adult markets. Wanda is a former CBC personality and is well-published magazine features writer. She currently serves as a faculty member in the creative nonfiction program at King's College. She is a mentor in the Writers' Union of Canada's BIPOC Connects program, and her poems and essays appear in various anthologies across Canada, the United States, and the United Kingdom. Welcome to all of our panelists, and we will begin our Q&A.
Donc, merci.
So thank you. We will start in French with Melissa for this first round of questions. You will all answer the same questions. What is the importance of copyright for you, and what challenges have you dealt with to deal with this? So, hello, pleasure to meet all of you. I think that the presentation that you made of me deals with the issues you've indicated, that I have a master's in creative literature. It's my profession. It's what I learned to do at university. However, when we get on the work environment with a diploma, it's not that people come and knock on our door to hire us. We've got to make our own way. And one way that we earn our life, one of the sources of revenue, are copyright revenues. So we realize that it's breadcrumbs. It's not a lot. We've got to multiply projects to inspire and get a revenue that can allow us to pay bills and keep the roof on. So I'm Francinek. I'm the vice president. I'm author, translator, teacher. If I've got all of these things, it's that I like to do them, but I have to. The copyright is not sufficient for me to focus exclusively on what is my first job, that of being a writer. So I was dining with colleagues. I'm a writer in life, but it's always the last thing I do. I've never got enough time to do it. I'm with all the other responsibilities that I have. For me, copyright is something which would allow me to work exclusively, focus on my art, and it would allow me to get involved in a long-term process. It allows me the liberty to create, because then I'm not forced to deal with criteria that are not those of my main aspiration. To be able to rely on one's own copyright revenue to feed us physically, but also feed us as an artist and the artistic preoccupations that we have. Otherwise, I've got to shift to jobs that allow us to put food on the table. Fortunately, all of the work I do are linked to my profession as a writer, but nonetheless, it's always the one that is pushed aside when I look at the bills coming in. Well, I've got to accept contracts. So I can tell you that it is the issues that I'm dealing with. Luc Dion, and thank you. It's up to you. The importance of copyright. Well, first of all, hello to one and all. I deal in the audiovisual field. It's a little different because I'm the president of the authors and composers, which is a group which is in Canada, especially in Europe, though. When people speak to me of copyright, it's a source of revenue. It's as simple as that. Right off, there is nothing. There is a blank sheet of paper, and someone does something creative, whether it be a song, music, novel, or an audiovisual work. And from that point, when that person writes, puts something down, so this morning, if we are here, it's first and foremost because there are creators that created something. The thought that that person, that this author is not economically associated to their work for the rest of their life and even beyond their natural death is beyond me. There are people that have worked very hard over 30 years with the union here and the SARTEC. We've worked hard in Quebec and in French Canada to set up a system that has been operational in Europe for over 300 years, the continental copyright system. It is as simple as can be. It's a user pay. There's an author that submits its work in a catalog of some sort, and from that point on, there's a society that receives fees. You are using the work. If you use it, you have to pay, and the creator is paid. We can have an argument for a long time over the amounts that are paid, be they sufficient or not. We can have that discussion, but fundamentally, what is different between us and the rest of Canada is the system whereby we pay authors. We had an agreement with the producers many years ago to say the author must always, it's the proportional remuneration, that's what it's called. There's a part paid to writing. There's also an amount paid for broadcast. So if you ask me what is the importance that copyright has in my life of artist, it's everything. That's how I'm paid. And what is shocking today? It's that we are knocking on the door of broadcasters, those that are broadcasting our works, and we almost have the feeling that they are giving us a service by broadcasting what it is we've created, because these people would not exist if we had not created something. And for me, it's not even a vapor of copyright in 2022 that we should still be discussing that. It's a fundamental right, the moral right. It's very interesting, but it does not put food on the table. Moral rights, moral principles, they have nothing to do with putting food on the table. It's those that are creating something. They are the ones that merit the income. The others are just arguing between one another. Donc, il y a un problème de ça. Donc,
To you, and what challenges have you faced with copyright?
Yeah, certainly. Hi. Copyright in my community is more than just surface level. It's complex. And what do I mean by that? My family, I'm sixth generation Canadian, and my family was descendants formerly enslaved from the South and part of the Atlantic slave trade. And my Canadian friends don't know my story. And our culture and our history is relegated to February, Black History Month, and Martin Luther King, who's not even Canadian, and the Underground Railroad, which is not how my ancestors got here. And my ancestors came during the Revolutionary War and during the War of 1812, and we've been here since the 1700s. And so when I create something, I'm doing that extraction, I'm doing that heart work, I'm pulling back into history and bringing forward those stories because my ancestors were not allowed to tell their stories. And they were not allowed to exercise their culture or practice their language or share things with their children. And so I carry all those generations of stories on my shoulders when I create. And the material that I create, I do it because I'm trying to let my Canadian friends know this is how we came here. This is our history. It's not just Black history, it's Canadian history. And so to have that not be valued or to have that not be seen as worthy enough that I can make a living off of the things that I create. I have to teach. I love teaching, but I have to do that because, just like as you said, I can't make a living from the things that I create. And I love doing it, but I also want it to be valued. And I want those who have the power to change that and to do something yesterday, I want them to see that there's value and that my oral history in my community is important. We carry that, but we do all the work that's involved with bringing those stories so that you can understand the fabric of what we've done to also be a part of the mosaic of Canada. And so that's why it's important to me. And the challenges of that is we're at the point now where we want those stories, we need those stories, and we're now able to tell those stories. And it's like we're on the side of a mountain just sitting there, almost at the top, but it's like, can we get to the top? Can you see the value in this? And so, you know, we're shouting to the rooftops to say, we are creators, value the work that we create.
Thank you. Actually, I will have to say that that comment echoes very much with myself as well. When our family immigrated to Canada in 1968, and it's something I recently reflected on, it was less than a year after the British Columbia Chinese Exclusion Act was repealed. And that has a lot of significance for me. And it was also around the time when when I lost an argument with my very traditional parents about becoming a creator full-time, and somewhere along the way I wound up in law school, and then I wound up here. So there's a lot of that echoes very much with me. But at least I still got to get some music out there. All right, the next person is Jordan, and the same question over to you.
Thanks, Jeff. Bonjour tout le monde.
Hello to one and all. I'm Jordan Officer. I'm a musician, author, composer, producer. The subject of copyright for me is central because it's one of the ways that I earn a living, as Luc was saying. But where I was more involved, and it was during the pandemic in 2020 when everything stopped. All of the shows were stopped. It was a very good year for me. I had 3 tours in Europe, many dates in Quebec, a large production in Montreal that was... so I had this initial shock of losing all of these shows, but thereafter there was a second shock when, in that vacuum, not having shows and lack of income, there was an observation that really hit me over the past 10 years, a bit more. We had gotten used, our industry had changed. We had gotten used gradually in my community, our musicians creator, that the money was coming less and less from our albums. It was seen as sort of normal. Yes, we produce albums, but it's more so to be able to have a tour, and that's where we make money. It has become normalized to think that way. And I've been doing that for long enough to remember that during the when I started, half of the money came from the shows and half from the albums. When I realized what was going on, it really challenged me. I realized there's something that was really unknown. We didn't know how long it would be. The help that the government proposed had not been announced. If these shows can go on, how did we accept this? Now we have no income for this very important part of the work that we do, the recordings of the music we put out. And it would be one thing if it were one issue. We know that there was the digital revolution and streaming, which became the most important way to listen to music. But if this way of listening to music was not profitable, did not make money, we could say, well, you know, that's times are changing, that's the way it is. So streaming is one way to broadcast our music, but then we'll make money through shows. shows. It's not that the industry is not making money. Cellular and internet producers are making 50% profit margins, and they've got no responsibility regarding what they're producing. The GAFAs and the other streaming groups are not paying taxes on the advertisement that are sold, the data which is shared on the platforms. And the law on the copyright law, there are things that have not been brought to date that must be brought to date. So we realize that we're living in a country that does not deal with the streaming industry elsewhere in the world. It's when I started to get involved. I had conversations with Stephen Guilbeault, the Minister of Culture at the time. We had conversations with this team. I launched a petition that received more than 6,000 signatures. So for me, it was a critical moment to realize that it is not working. It's ridiculous that we've allowed that things come to this. So that is why I'm here today, and that's why I came a month ago to the Culture Summit. So this C11 bill is great, but there are things that need to be brought to date so that the copyright law reflects our industry. Une chose que j'ai remarqué, c'est qu'il y a eu des implications avec l'industrie de la musique. Ce que j'ai remarqué, c'est que je suis un avocat depuis 34 ans et une grande partie de ceci et traite de l'industrie et de films. Au début de ma carrière, les avancées que l'on voyait pour les ententes, pour les disques étaient très importants. Au cours des années, je ne sais pas si vous avez remarqué ça, avec l'inflation, tout coûtait plus cher. Nous avons remarqué les avances sur les ententes pour la musique et présumément les ententes littéraires ont fait peau de chagrin au point où la plupart des... il y a une perte de son. Donc, on prend tout ce temps dans les studios pour créer des œuvres remarquables de musique. Je regrette, le son est perdu encore. Oui. En fait, c'est très reconnu dans les personnes qui sont dans des projets et que dans votre travail, on s'assure que vous avez une attitude qui...
common and is wrong, because obviously you should be paid for what you do, even if you're the main artist and even if it's your music and you want so badly for it to have a life and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's amazing when I represent an artist against the label, how often you get told, well, they just have to figure that out. And yet you're supposed to spend all this time being your best self creating.
Yeah, definitely.
Merci, bonjour.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Yes, how can I say, my first experience regarding copyright law. First of all, I must say that I'm not an expert in copyright law, but if you give me a guitar and a public in a melancholic mood, after an hour, they will be smiling, they will be feeling happier. Everyone has got their own expertise. But when I started, I was signing record contracts with professionals, and I wrote 8 albums. We're speaking of 12 songs per album, 1,000 shows, to realize that my songs did no longer belong to me, that I could not even deal with them as I so chose. So that was a shock for an artist. So I decided, I took things in hands. I said, France, okay. I'm a musician, a composer, a singer. You've got to learn about copyright law. So I started to read, and I got a headache looking at legal so I got involved with artists groups. So I started to understand the issues with the copyright law. And the figures are clear. We can see the reduction, the decline. Mr. Laye, you were indicating the private copy, where in the heady years it was 50% of our income. Now it's 0% essentially. So the cause of musicians, men and women, the singers, is something that I have at heart, because I know that presently there are guitar players, there are pianists, there are singers. We are practicing 8 hours a day, 7 days a week to have some talent. It's 90% work, it's 10% talent. Sometimes people will say, oh, you've got talent. No, this is work. It's a lot of work. It's a colossal amount of work that stands behind our presenting it naturally. There are hours and hours of work. It's like building a house for 1 year. You're fully invested 7 days a week. And since people did not see you build the house, they think that the house just showed up. And it's not mine. It belongs to us all, because you're isolated, alone in your studio, in your bedroom, putting in the hours. It's as if that did not exist, but it is a colossal amount of work being an artist. And it is a product of that work is consumed daily, abundantly. The teleseries, the films, and the life without music, that would be so sad. And music, it's easy medicine. My public is 25 years younger after a show. That's the secret of youth. Come and see our shows. So just to say that that is why I got involved with Artisti. And it's frustrating to see that there are exceptions in the law, the misunderstandings. We can feel the lobbying that was behind it. Maybe it's a lack of information. Maybe that's the issue. That's why I'm here today.
I do have to say that one of the most frequent things that I have to deal with when I see music clients for the first time is how challenging music law is compared to most other areas of law. It really is quite unique for people to have to understand that there's many different layers of copyright. I think I'm supposed to use this because my mic is cutting out. Sorry. So starting again, music law, I think, is one of the areas that is most unique to try to explain to new clients. The idea that you have a composition, you have a recording, copyright law works different in each area. The fact that there's many streams of royalties, it is really quite something for the average performer to have to try to understand. And what's really unfortunate is that many beginning talent get caught up in the idea that, wow, this is a big break, I don't want to negotiate. And we are left with a situation where really, if talent doesn't have the power to privately negotiate, the only option is to have, legal remedies where at some point we have to step in and say, no, you can't do this. We see those kind of protections in consumer legislation, as simple as when you install something in your home, you're expected to meet health guidelines. When you go to buy a piece of merchandise from a store, there are safety guidelines, everything. We have rules when we walk into a mall. We have rules regulating how this facility works. And yet there is so much left to private negotiations, often with artists that have very little bargaining power. And we've seen this erode more and more over time. So on that note, talking about the erosion of copyright, my next question, our next question for our panelists is, what do you see as the impact of a weakening of copyright on diversity of cultural expressions? And when we say weakening, of course, we're looking at the weakening of copyright protection for the creators. And so we'll start with Wanda on that first question.
Yeah, thank you. So when I was growing up, I loved to read, so much so that when I was in grade 3 grading, my teacher gave me a stack of books going into the summer. And while everyone was outside playing, I was sitting inside reading these books. I was fascinated. but I never saw anybody in those books who looked like me, ever. So I thought that people like me weren't good enough to be in stories. I thought our stories didn't matter. I thought our stories weren't important, or that nobody wanted to see them or hear them or read about them. And when I started professionally writing, I wanted children to not feel like that. I wanted them to know that you can be represented in books. You have wonderful stories. And these emerging new artists from all cultures have these incredible stories to tell and are out there trying to tell those stories. And, my fear is that if we don't have more protections for them, people are going to stop telling those stories. And I've learned so much just from working and mentoring these emerging writers, and I'm a faculty mentor in the MFA Creative Writing Program, and these people's experiences are, just amazing and fascinating, and they want to write, and they want to share that with the world. But there's a fear that our creativity, it's being stifled, not valued, and people are just going to say it's not worth it. I don't want to spend 3 years, 4 years, 5 years writing a book to put out into the world to only not have it come back to me. And it's our passion, and we do it because we love it. I can sit in my room for 2 years and, lock the door, and my kids bang on the door, I'm coming, but that's what you do because you're so passionate about it. And we know it's like, just like you said, the work that goes into it, it's excruciating. It's a lot of work. It's challenging work, but we do it because we love it. And we don't want creators to stop doing it. And so that's my fear, is that people are going to stop wanting to be creative.
Thank you. Okay, over to Melissa for your comments on this question.
Oui, deuxième question qui...
The second question for me, which is closely connected to the first, I spoke of my obligation to have many types of work to be able to make ends meet. But the fear I have is that if copyright is eroded, it's the loss of professionalization of this that we do. As my colleague said, people will no longer want to do that work because what's the point, they will say. And at some point in time, we've got to eat, we've got to have a roof over our head, and that loss of professionalism will first off touch people who have a more marginal voice, people that are not big artists, that have not the strength and the $1 million because they've sold hundreds of thousands of their books, and it'll be the minority voices that will be impacted. It's a personal and artistic drama for the artist, but it's also a drama, a loss for the public, as we've indicated. The public will no longer have access to these stories, and what we will see eventually will be homogenization of the culture. Everything will be identical. It'll be the dominant voice that will be dominating, but the other voices will no longer be heard. So the weakening of the copyright law puts artists at risk of disappearing, and it makes the ecosystem weaker, whether it be the literary field or all artistic endeavors. Everyone pays the cost of that. First of all, the artists and creators, but eventually the public itself is paying the cost. They seem to have had a bargain by not paying too much, but if on the platform it's always the same story that's repeated, they're not winning. The other thing is that sometimes the marginalized voices, one of the ways of reaching their public, it's in teaching institutions, colleges, universities. We will often put texts that are strong, that are original, that are avant-garde, dealing with social issues. But if in these learning institutions we are no longer paying for the groups that are dealing with collecting rights, so that the texts are used conscientiously, so that that remuneration is paid to the creator of the text. It's an aberration because it's a source of revenue for marginalized authors, but they are removing that. So they have got nothing left. It's a great way of ensuring, as I was saying, that there be just one discourse, that of authors for whatever reason were well known, became sellers because they respond to the interests of the market. But if we don't want to deal with these issues, we want to have our own instinct, our own voice, our own artistic objectives, we can be lost.
Thank you very much. Next person up, Jordan.
When I think about diversity of expression and just diversity in general in terms of culture and in my case music, it makes me think of this concept, this idea that came up about, I don't know, 20 years ago or something. There was an article in Wired magazine that talked about an idea of what it called the long tail. And it's a term that's been reused a lot over the years. But in the original article, this is when Amazon had first come out, when Netflix was starting out as a video rental service where you would receive your video by mail and you'd send it back when you were done. And so with these new ways of accessing music and culture, the idea with the idea of the long tail is the big part of the tail is the more mainstream artists, and the rest is everything that's more obscure, more anything that's less mainstream. And so the idea is that if a CD store or a video rental store has to stock what is likely to sell in its own particular market, well, it's not going to have an extremely diverse selection. It's going to have to play it safe and have more or less mainstream things and maybe a few things that are more niche. But with this new way of accessing culture, you can live in a small town anywhere and be able to, if you're a fan of Iranian music or 20s jazz or anything that's more obscure or more underground, you can consume as much of it as you want because you have access to it in this new way. And so the idea is that there would be more sales of everything along the longest part of the tail. And when I read this, I thought this is really exciting because as a jazz, blues, country musician, I thought, well, first of all, I'll have easier access to all the music that I want to listen to. But also, the idea was that anyone would have access to my music, which is really cool. But this is back when we were still selling CDs. So the idea was that anyone, anywhere could buy my CD. But then with the streaming revolution, well, this whole idea could still apply. It still could make sense because you still have this access to everything. Anyone, anywhere in the world could have access to my music or to any music that's less mainstream, except that royalties have to make it so that there's a certain amount of money, a significant amount of income associated to this. And so unless there's minimum stream royalties, unless the Copyright Act is brought up to date, unless all the different elements along the chain of what gets your music streamed to you are paying taxes, are contributing to the whole ecosystem, then we don't have access to, there's only so long that you can make music, that you can make art and not be paid for it. So in the end, all these more diverse creators will eventually do something else because you can't do what you do and not be paid for it for very long. And so these voices won't be heard even though this huge, amazing potential is there. So to me, that's what it makes me think of.
I think one of the things that's happened with the Copyright Act the way it is now is that there's a lot of language about mechanical royalties, and those were relevant back when we actually sold mechanical units of things, which has long disappeared. And that definitely is something that we haven't totally kept up with. And if anything, that's one of the many, many changes that we need to see in terms of addressing where income might come from in the modern world. All right, our next panelist, Franz.
Merci.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to talk in the name of artists, Canadian artists of French expression. There is a situation that is really strange and paradoxical that happens, as that our royalties, the money that we receive 90% is from the United States. Why? Because, as a matter of fact, 3 to 5 playlists that play on SiriusXM on the U.S. and Canadian territory. So for some exchange that send the money because we play on their territory. So what's strange that the majority of our money for our Francophone songs we receive from the U.S. rather than from Canada. So it's kind of strange. It is, we are paid by the Americans, but we have no power when it comes to law or rules of the game, when it comes to exchange. So the Canada puts us in a position where we are the side effect of the U.S. If we have something more just, if we update the copyright was better paid, we would not be submitted in that kind of patent. It is paradoxical, it is strange, it does not encourage diversity when it comes to music. At the music level, there's no diversity. Everybody tries to go to that niche, and as you say, we don't listen to our instinct. We are not linked to that with the public. As a matter of fact, you want to survive from your art, and this is a situation that happened here, and copying is cassette CDs. There's no more CD players in cars. This is something that is obsolete. It has no sense because we are not copying music, but I think when we upload, you download, and as a matter of fact, download is copy. We copy music in a different way, so it's the new way of doing things. In Switzerland, in France, in Germany, they have modernized and updated, and we are talking big monies that we will never recovered in the last 10-15 years. So talking about that question when it comes to audio visual, it's been years that private copy, and I'm going to listen, and I think it's a lot here. I don't want to change subject, but copyright is copyright. Cultural diversity is cultural diversity. It doesn't change for me. I tell stories for the last 30 years. My vision of society, I have all the defects of the words. I speak French and I am 60 years old, so I will never get out of that. My fear, I feel that the disco is going to change. I am plus or minus in agreement that to say that with a decrease of copyright, if we erode it, the expression of different cultures is going to be eliminated. So multiplication of platforms, at the contrary, creator is somebody that cannot do anything but that. He came to the world to create songs. We try to earn money in the subway to scratch a guitar, and then the act of creation is above and beyond everything because we cannot do anything else. And where that disco is going to change is that politicians and decision makers in that industry have understood or make the population to understand that we are privileged because France Damoud, when she goes up on the scene, she's privileged and she cannot complain because she is. It is that government say the speech that we're talking about, politicians are giving medals to each other. All the creators, we receive tributes, etc. But when we talk about culture, nobody is listening. It is not politically good. We are privileged. We are here. We talk. We gain well our life, right? But according to me, it is the speech that we are taking, and this is where we are really soft in our reaction. So we are. I'm not expecting anything from these bills, the project, I don't have a lot of hope because I live it. We are talking a lot of private copy. It's been 20 years that I live it. I see what is going on in Europe. In France, that is where the copyright is very important. But we are fighting constantly. Private copy is declining. And if we can go talk about a new diffusion streaming or whatever else. So here we are here in the scenarios screenplay, and then we can they can tell us anything and everything. Before talking about copyright, we have to talk about respect. So this is what I say, and this is what I am saying.
Absolute most perfect segue to our next question that I could have asked for. So the next question, by the way, I'm reminded now how old my car is because I do still have a CD player in there. But that's not as much as my friend's car who still has a cassette player in there. And of course, does anybody remember the 8-track? That's how old some of us are. Anyways, the next question, and what we're going to do is aim to have that answered by the entire panel in the next 15 minutes so that we can leave some time for questions from the floor. So starting with that, the question that we had next up, on the table is, and this is interestingly worded, what changes do you hope to see in the Copyright Act? And the second part is, what are your actual expectations for that? I told you it was a perfect segue. Jordan, let's start with you.
Well, one thing that I talk a lot about and that interests me a lot and I find is super important is what we've just been talking about is the private copy levy. Yeah, I've been making music long enough to remember when that was a significant amount, like France mentioned. In 2004, I think it was approximately $40 million in royalties that was distributed to musicians, to artists. And this law was originally supposed to be brought up to date to new technologies, which would make sense. And this was... This never happened because of Stephen Harper's campaign against what he called the iPod tax, a real scare tactic. And the private copy levy is a manufacturer's contribution on blank CDs and blank cassettes, which is there to compensate for lost royalties on all the private copying. En gros, ce que ça veut dire, c'est que c'est comme si notre gouvernement
Means it's as if our government would copy music on CDs and cassettes, which is ridiculous because quite a lot of countries where private copy was updated, contribution of intelligent phone that are distributed to artists in Canada, if it can be updated. And as a matter of fact, if the wording in the law, in French, though it applies at any kind of support, but in English, the terms should be neutral when it comes to technology. It's a small change, and if we had a contribution that is equivalent as to what is done in the rest of the world, another 40 million approximately will be distributed to artists, because it is the business of private copy here is that a lot of things that I can hope to see as changes when it comes to copyright. The law exists in order to perceive that amount and redistribute it. It's much more to update it and to be one of the countries like others where the law is reflects what exists really. So I had something else to say. It's going to go back. I'll go back. I'll come back.
Pour moi, ça, c'est vraiment crucial.
Je pense que this is crucial, and it would be too easy. It is urgent, and I think every year that $40 million is lost, are lost. And I've been on the society that distribute those levies and distribute to the producers, and we know that a lot of producers are artists as well, and I see that revenue that is lost, and it's very important that it should be updated.
Comme vous le savez tous et toutes, en 2000.
In 2012, a list that is pretty long of exceptions were put in the law, and my request and my expectation would be to about these exceptions. It should be exceptions. Exceptions, by definition, is meant to be exceptional, but quite a lot of things are becoming the norms because the terms of the law are not clear. We should define it better when it comes to the literature, for instance, is the education. What is the context of education, and what is a use of just use of within the education? And probably we could reduce that part, and it is part of the exception. And also mention when it comes to reproducing for private use. And in literature, it's the same thing. The idea of the CD or the cassette, but digital, we are not accepting that. What is a copy of for private use about a book? It's the same thing. So between 2012 and 2018, so 6 years after the law of copyright, a loss of $30 million by management society when it comes to literature, a loss of revenue that have not been distributed to authors. And like friends mentioned, we will never see it, but it is not too late to bring modification when it comes to definition, precisions, and use wording that is clear. With no doubt, and then we get back these levies, and we have to stop to think that we are at the end of the chain. We are at the beginning. So if so, all of these people that are profiting from that, we have to recuperate the possibility to have revenues, and it is going through a better wording of the law. So,
I mean, I'm going to be straight and to the point with it. I'm faculty at 2 different colleges, and I see the amount of copying that goes on, and I mean, sometimes I cringe because I'm saying how much revenue is flying out the door that these authors will never, ever see. And I sometimes get in debates with my colleagues about this because they're not authors and I am. And I guess in terms of expectations, how long do we have to wait? And I mean, I'm in education. It's important that students have access to material, but how much is too much when it crosses over into the fact that authors are not being compensated for that material? I'm totally for being able to use materials for resources for students if they need that. That's education. But now it's all, and the professors aren't doing anything wrong. They're just following guidelines from, those who are higher above them. And you feel helpless because what can you do as the faculty if you're just following regulations and you're just copying willy-nilly and however much you want to, and there's no regulations on that. So my expectation is like down here that there's going to be real change. But if there is, I mean, I would just say one word: protect us, protect us. That's 2 words: protect us.
That's certainly something that falls into the idea that this was intended to be, as was mentioned, an exception. But because of things that we're going to be talking about later in this conference as well, as a lawyer, there's a point where you have to acknowledge that the exception has become the rule. So that is foreshadowing for a later discussion, and I will invite France to make her comments.
Eh bien, justement, parlant d'exception.
And speaking about the exceptions, in 1998, in 1997, the right of interpreter was recognized, but if somebody think it's easier to hear, and then so the right has been recognized in that introduction of that new law. And equity in remuneration, whether it is it was just because we give 50% to the producer, 50% to the interpreter. And then when they introduced that law in 1997, commercial radio had difficulties, financial difficulty. So we're going to give you exception. So the first 1.25 million you give it, so I'm going to give you a little bit. 25 years later, and waiting. So they have no financial issues. So this exception is still in force. And it should not exist anymore. It has no sense. They have no financial issues, and this should be resolved, corrected. 25 years, a break of 25 years. I would have loved to have that myself. Two, it's not a subject that I want to touch on, but quite a lot of artists is the streaming. Definition of streaming, the law they don't apply that on streaming because they call the streaming interactive streaming. So you choose the songs, you go, you download them, you upload them I'm sorry, you download them? So, of course, I downloaded the Jordan's album, but Monday morning when I put Apple Radio and I get publicities, I did a lot of things. It's radio, and it's something that is imposed upon. It is not, it's a little radio, it's a radio by itself, and they go around it. Definition of streaming, non-interactive streaming, and it should be remunerated. My hope is not pretty high, but it should be clear, better defined, and we should be redeemed for or remunerated for that. So the private copyright also, we have to talk about it when we talk about copyright album. Lately, these companies, can you talk about that? So we ask them to participate. It's a different way to go and get money from the artist that is pretty hard to take. So we have to let the people see us work. A camera that is being filming us when we are writing songs, the sweat behind it. So it's my hope for changing things in the future. As a matter of fact, there is so many things in the room. So, as a matter of fact, other things that I need to see private copy. But when it comes to remuneration here, it's 30%. So a part of that private coffee can go back to the cultural part to reinvest part of this money in cultural events, be it in literature or in other ways. But I don't believe it anymore, because we can see things that are too bad. One of the barriers that exist, and we're not going to get over it, protection of territory. Everything that is produced in Canada. Try to go and see what happened on TF. It's protection of the land or territory, all that protection. So here in France, they have a strength, but in Canada, it's like that. So what they pay, it belongs to them. The protection of what they have created, we don't talk about it. So yes, we have to see copyright, but I don't believe it anymore. I think that it's too bad. This is the truth. If we want to go ahead as creator of, as an artist, we don't have a political weight or an economical weight. We are privileged. It's just like people that are talking and then crying, and it is wrong, and whining. So I don't have a lot of hope and things.
No, we are going to, and so I see microphone number 1 over there, and feel free to come up and ask your questions. Is there a microphone number 2? I don't see it, so let's just go with microphone number 1. Yes, it's the 1 microphone. No comments, questions. This would be a really good time for that, and we definitely allotted the time for you to ask. Yes, here we go. It's all good.
Since no one else is going to say anything, it's more of a comment actually for Wanda. Your words have an impact, and it means a lot for people like me. I'm Indigenous from a really small community called Penetanguishene. Our stories have never been told, ever. And I've never seen myself reflect it until very recently. There's an author named Cherie Dimeline. She is Michif from my community, and she wrote The Marrow Thieves and a couple of subsequent huge books. And I can't tell you the impact of reading something for the first time. It's seeing yourself. Everything from the words in our vocabulary, our Indigenous language mixed in with English, the way we say grandparents, mère and père, things that other people just don't recognize or pick up on. And I read that book over and over. I listened to it, an audiobook. I read it in French. I read it in English. It just is for people like us that come from these small communities that never see ourselves. It means the world. So you might not see that little girl in your community who's reading your book and seeing that and the impact, but it's there. And I know there's, we might not make as much money because you're a smaller audience, but for people like me, it means the world. It really does. So any publishers out there that are on the fence about diversity and inclusion being a hot topic and, these buzzwords, there are people like me in our communities buying these books, listening to the stories, listening to the music, snotty-nosed res kids, the crazy music that maybe not be your style, but it means something to people like us from our communities that are never represented for many, many years. So again, Wanda, this is for you, that keep writing your stories, even if you don't make a lot of money off of it and you're not protected, it means something to people like me. So.
Thank you so much. Come on. Thank you so much for that. That's so important to hear. And every time I hear a parent say how a book affected their kid, or that it was the first time for them seeing themselves represented in a book, I cry almost every time, because I know how that felt. And I'm from the East Coast in Nova Scotia, and we live on, the unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. And historically, when we were settled there by the government after a promise from the British, we didn't realize we were on stolen land. But oral history told us, and we were taught to protect the land. And actually, a lot of Black and Indigenous people on the East Coast, Mi'kmaq and Black, there was a lot of intermarriage, and we share a lot of intergenerational history, stories that are still also not told, just being told now. But it's so important, because I see you, and I saw those kids who never saw themselves in books, into big corporations or multi-million-dollar people who have the power to change our copyright laws or give us those protections may not see how that trickles down, but hearing from people like you, it makes a world of difference. So thank you for saying that.
Yes, I want to say that as a white person, I love reading your stories too. I love Cherie Dimeline, and I love Wanda's stories as well. I wanted to ask you more particular, how did your experience evolve during COVID? One of the things, the threads that I've heard is feeling valued, and unfortunately we measure our value by how much people pay you. But over the time in COVID, to stay sane, how many of us relied on reading a book or listening to those wonderful performances that were available to us by streaming? So I wanted to hear if you felt valued during COVID, and how the COVID affected your livelihood too. Thank you.
I think whoever wants to answer, and we can take more than one response.
Je vais peut-être me lancer rapidement.
I would maybe say something quickly. I believe that COVID had some positive outcomes despite all the negative that it generated. It was that we realized certain things. It wasn't maybe everyone that realized it, but many from the public realized how important culture was. It was a sort of a barrier against insanity. And I know that some people that are not artists realized how much they needed this outlet. I believe that myself as an artist, I went through the pandemic similar to everyone else, but I felt very privileged because in literature, the impact was less than in other artistic form, like, music and shows and etc. I believe that we have to avail ourselves of this knowledge that we are important, and so that we can push issues pertaining to copyright, to culture, and say that this message is not to be conveyed only by artists, but by everyone, because we are looking for change, even if our hope are very, very low down there. But my hope actually is that we learn from these 2 difficult years, and that we use solidarity that has been garnered to bring about change.
In mind, during the pandemic, a lot of people weren't able to go see live shows and started listening to music. And one of the ways that we like to listen to music now is on streaming services. And one thing that I've found among my fans, people who talk to me, send me messages, come to see me after shows, is that they're perturbed. They feel badly. They apologize for listening to me on Spotify, and I have a paid subscription to Spotify. I have a paid subscription to Cube Music, so I'm on 2 streaming services. I love listening to music that way. These companies are existing here according to the way our laws are. They're not doing anything illegal. And so no consumer should feel badly for listening to music in a way that's legal. It's really up to the government to make it so that there's laws that make it so that it works, so that it's a sustainable industry and not a joke, And so that's one thing during the pandemic that I thought, because we talk a lot about how it's important for artists that this can be a sustainable industry, that royalties, that copyright be brought up to date. But it's also really important for lovers of music and culture so that they don't feel badly about how they're consuming their culture. And I really get that sense a lot, vraiment un sentiment de détresse parmi les gens, une inquiétude, and so it's not just for
there is this distress.
Writers, it's also for music lovers and culture lovers that it's really important for these things to be brought up to date.
Can I quickly? Yeah, just quickly.
Absolutely.
I think that I probably created some of my best work during the pandemic because there was nowhere to go and nothing to do. But also at the same time, I think that the pandemic shed a huge spotlight on how frail and how at risk creators are across the spectrum, because everything was shut down. There was no plays. There were no, publishers were stepping back. So I had a book that was 2 years waiting to come out because of the pandemic. And, musicians weren't able to play in concerts. And so we're so vulnerable to the outside forces around us. And I think that the pandemic shed a huge light on that. But what did we do? We just kept creating. So, and that's the resiliency of being a creative person, is you still do it anyway.
I think that one of the things that is, needs some kind of fixing for sure, is that the music industry back many decades ago now depended a lot on the selling of master recordings, which I previously mentioned is an entirely different right than the rights in the composition. But the money that comes from the revenue that comes from master recording sales has virtually disappeared, and many even major artists view the idea of recording and releasing music as a way to, almost as a loss leader, to promote a tour. But then COVID hits, and what they were trying to use as the last bastion of good income disappears. And that's what we got ourselves into unknowingly when this pandemic hit. And I think we're still trying to look for solutions, but it certainly brought up that the current model is very fragile, and that if the music industry is so dependent now on live performance in lieu of what they were making with the sale of master recordings, then we have to see how we can fix that if the concept of public performance and touring is no longer available. We have a question.
J'ai un commentaire. J'ai été directrice de la...
I have a comment. I was a director of the Society of Authors and Producers in Quebec. I was at an event organized by Ms. Cops. We were at the inception of the undertakings for the international convention and to sign that treaty, actually, I should say. And many people were there interested. And Ms. Cops had invited Minister of Cultures of many countries except the Minister of the U.S. And then when you had the music, as time goes by, Sentimental Journey, that I stood up and I went to speak to the live music band. And I told them, you're playing this song. Will you play any Canadian music, any music from Quebec? And he said, nobody told me. And well, thanks. Were left at that. I spoke to my friend Robert Pignon. At the end of the evening, Miss Cops stayed longer. So I talked to her and I said, Miss Cops, you're a minister. You're not responsible for what transpired here. Some people around you should have thought of that. We're here to talk about cultural diversity here in Canada, and not one Canadian music was played. So I wrote to my friends, the songwriters of Toronto, and I told them.
We were not heard tonight dans une réunion de coalition diversité culturelle. Et en fin de compte,
at a meeting of the diversity in our music, but you're here, you represent our culture, music. As you know, we are protected, and we know, I'm talking here to the government, we are protected. That's okay. But your work has to be used and it has to be paid. That's it. Thank you.
All right, I think we're on to our next item. I will...
En fait, on a une question.
Oh, yes, we do have questions from our virtual audience.
Exactly.
All right.
We have a question from Michael from ACTRA Performers' Rights Society. He would like first to thank the moderators, the panelists, and CDC for the great conversation. So the question is, can you speak about the ethical consequences of continuity to improperly compensate diverse creators, even if they keep on creating? End of the question.
All right. Any one of our panelists wish to discuss that?
Les implications éthiques, dans le fond, du non-paiement des détenteurs de droits.
Ethical application, the question is pertaining to that. Well, we're not asking charity. We don't want people to feel sorry for us. No, as Luc said, it's not about here, but the injustice, when it's not equitable, this is something that it shafts at you, and it continues. People like, okay, I'll make do with the shows. Yes, but, there's always this. And to follow up on what was said, culture is seen as something that is done because you want to have a show, you want to feel to be taken in a aspect where people think about leisure, but you create culture here, not only leisure. Well, you know what? A question is never asked if an electrician, a plumber has to be paid because they came, they installed, they repaired something, they did the job. They have to be paid accordingly. Why do we ask if creators ought to be paid because they've done the job? As Luc said, we're deemed as we're privileged. We did something that we like. We have a passion. It's beautiful. But we have an expertise. And as an expert, we have to be paid for that. Shouldn't people be paid for their contribution to society in an equitable way? I think people would all always answer yes if we were to ask things this way. And Luc said that also there's this image that artists live from government grants. Yes, they were support grants given during COVID. But had we been paid for our work, had we laws that enabled us to be paid for the work we did, and that it wasn't the taxpayer, if we had a right solution, there would have been a trickle down, and we would have been in better position because we would have been in a country that takes seriously the work done by artists. It is true the government grants are okay, but that is the other image we have. Well, in fact, the Canadian industry would not accept without government grants. Well, it's corporate welfare, but I'm talking about audiovisual, but it's the same for the book and music. A scenario is not expensive. You pay someone and they write a scenario about a movie. It's the same for a song. It's the industry around that takes us to a marketplace, and that costs a fortune. And you don't have private capital that invests in it. And, in the audiovisual environment, you have licenses, you have producers that give rights that they don't have. In Canada, copyright is something else. I know. In Quebec, with the different institutions, when we sign a license that, be it cinema or other media, the rights are explicit. And, authors take it and they give it to Netflix. And Netflix exploits this work without taking into account the rights that they were given that they don't have. I'm not as pessimistic as this. We continue creating, don't we? Because what's important, it's creation. But I have little trust in those that draft laws because they don't understand what we're doing. And I want to say that it's ironic that what we don't want to pay is what is less expensive. Those are scenarios, and they say we will bring about cuts.
Oftentimes, a writer is writing for 2 or 3 or 4 years with no pay on their own time, invest in their own resources, their own money, hoping that at the end of that finished manuscript, somebody will pick that up, someone will publish it, and hopefully some royalties and then some other money will trickle down. So after you go through that whole process and you get to the point where it's not valued or you're not getting fairly compensated, then how ethical is that? And I think the question was about ethics. And so we're not, like she said, we're not asking, it's not a handout, it's what is fair, I think is the question.
Sorry, if I can, I will give a very tangible, concrete example in the audiovisual environment. Copyright in audiovisual environment, authors are paid between, I'm just going to give some amount here. At Radio Canada, we talk about some $20 a minute. Okay. We can also talk about specialized places where it's $1 a minute, $1.50, and we can go to Europe and you have $500 the minute. This is another planet, isn't it? So it's not the amount per se. It's not really that amount that is important. It's recognizing the input of the author. And then once we have done that, we might take 500 years to determine how much is it worth, is it more money or less, but to see the user payer, you have an author that has created something. You want to use it, you pay for it. It's so simple. I look at people sitting here. If these people, and my apologies, if these people had not written something, they would not have existed. The industry that they have created, generated, will not exist. So once somebody creates something, they have to be paid equitably. All right, thank you.
Questions from the floor? And I believe we have one more person to share some thoughts before we break for lunch, right?
Je pense que les gens peuvent. Je vais vous présenter la prochaine.
Well, I would like to introduce the next person that will be our keynote presenter, Nathalie Teberge. I will tell her to come up here. Inaudible. She's Vice President of the Commission of Copyright in 2018 after having held different positions at Heritage Canada. And she was Deputy Minister at the cultural sector. Ms. Teberge is engaged for the promotion of a creative industry in Quebec, and she's been engaged in this area for over 20 years. She was the National Contact of Canada at UNESCO for the protection of the expression of the preservation of a cultural expression. Ms. Teberge has contributed to different initiatives and legislation in Canada. She has represented Canada at different committees of different copyright meetings and with regards to issues of knowledge and cultural expression. She is at the head of administrative tribunal. She is from Montreal. She's trilingual. She has a license in political science from the University of Montreal. Greetings to all.
Je réalise qu'après 2 ans et demi de pandémie,
I realized that after 2 years of pandemic, I need to change my reading glasses. First of all, I would like to thank Nathalie Gay and the Coalition for Cultural Diversity to have thought of myself for this keynote. It's a pleasure to see all these known faces. I have to say the coalition and myself have known each other for a while, and I thank you very much. Well, in my 18 years at Heritage Canada, I have been in charge of the file of the UNESCO Convention since 8 years, and so since the convention of 2005, and I had the pleasure of working on several commercial and international files, and I work also on copyright issues since 2010. It is a fascinating and a very arduous file, and I should tell you, as Vice President of Copyright of the Administrative Tribunal, I have to exercise a certain reserve, and my observations here today are personal. I believe that I am one of the rare people here in Canada to have dealt with the diversity of cultural expression and to deal also with copyright since several decades, and that has also worked within the legal administration area. So it's at the nexus of all these different experiences that I'm talking here. And when I was told to speak here today, the question that came to me is, are we well equipped to deal with the challenges of copyright while respecting our commitment to the promotion of cultural diversity? And my first observation is, for us to have cultural diversity, we need a efficient and sustainable creative market, a market that would lead to the fulfillment while paying those that work in the environment. Copyright is at the heart of diverse cultural expression, and it is very important for its sustainability. Unfortunately, we do not talk about this different aspect at the same table, and I here once again thank the coalition for having organized this. Before, we were told that copyright was away from our discussion the prime time and during our last debates on culture. Is it that copyright will be deemed as the strange uncle of the family? He is a member of the family. We like him. We see his role, but we avoid having him in Christmas discussion because he would bring us to a slippery slope and the party would fail. And here copyright is not conducive to discussion about creativity. We have two departments, two camps, two discussions, and very few common areas for discussion.
From a binary dynamic opposing cultural interest on the one hand and business interest on the other. You're either a creator speaking to Canadian heritage or a user speaking to innovation, science, and economic development. You're either for or against creators or users. You either support innovation or deny it. A good example is the debate over extended the term of protection in the Copyright Act. Both camps argue the same exact thing, but in opposite direction. One immediate consequence to this policy making in silos is the extreme polarization of the debate and a rather responsive public policy offer. A tit-for-tat game, or should I say equivalent retaliation. If you grant a right, you must grant an exception, and vice versa. The 2012 modernization of the Copyright Act is probably a good example of this. Devant le caractère controversé.
In view of the controversial aspect of all initiative on copyright, we do not take into account global and common solutions. We do less on the legislative front, and the political appetite is to do very little, and we do so often because our commercial partners require it. As it is said, whoever touches this might get burned. And a reason for that is because this issue is uncomfortable for the cultural milieu itself.
Around cultural is bad for cultural interest, cultural diversity makes some creators shiver. But money and culture go hand in hand. It is cultural goods and services that carry cultural expressions, and what brings in money is what is most accessible, especially in the digital marketplace. Yet another proof that creators should be talking to users. Finally, copyright is complicated, and copyright policy making mostly involves lawyers talking to lawyers about legal stuff, not marketplace stuff, not cultural stuff. I have nothing against lawyers, but it's always dumbfounded me that my colleagues at Canadian Heritage, responsible for music policy, book policy, or film policy, would be talking to CEOs, while I only spoke to lawyers. As a result, perhaps, it has been increasingly difficult for government to come up with legislative or regulatory solutions to copyright inefficiencies that yielded the results it was looking for. This may be in part because we have yet to fully unpack and grasp the complexities of the copyright marketplace. It is indeed a complicated and ever-changing marketplace. The scope of copyright is no longer confined to traditional cultural industries. It covers video games, computer software, etc. Even the definitions of some type of works referred to in the Copyright Act are outdated due to changes in how we create and consume creative content. The definition of who the players are has also changed. Users can be creators, can be users, and rights owners can be either or one, or none. There is an increasing blurring of the lines between cultural goods and services, content owners, and owners of content carrying technology, such as platforms, subscription-based service technology, etc. Copyright, like IP in general, in itself has become a commodity and a key element of competition and trade strategy. And domestic royalty levels are now being used as baselines in a market that is global. The copyright marketplace is also all about data and access to data. And despite good efforts from some players, scarcity of data and lack of transparency continue to hinder the capacity of creators to follow the money and hence follow their rights, which puts them at a disadvantage when trying to negotiate, especially with big companies such as digital platforms. This is, of course, a huge problem for the Copyright Board, which relies heavily on good data to be able to assess willing buyer, willing seller, and public interest, two criteria it is required by law to consider when setting fair and equitable tariffs. So if I go back to my initial question, do we have the tools to meet the challenges of copyright while respecting our commitment toward the diversity of cultural expressions? On the basis of what I've just said, I would say, not sure. Innovative thinking and effective public policy making will only emerge if conversation spaces are created for better integration of copyright, cultural, and industry interest, and if new people were brought to the table. In other words, we need to make the circle bigger. People, we need to invite, of course, include creators, rights owners, but also users and public institutions such as the Canadian Intellectual Property Office, the Competition Bureau, and yes, the Copyright Board, who all have the deep and practical expertise required to inform conversations on copyright management in the marketplace. We should also think about whether our current binary governance structure facilitates or hinders broader and more inclusive conversations, and also whether our institutions have the right tools to deliver on their mandate, in particular in terms of data acquisition and enforcement. Another issue is copyright education. Better education about copyright is key to ensure that all players, especially the smaller players, either on the creator-user, or user side, can play effectively in the marketplace.
Many organizations have, I'm speaking of a CDEC, which organizes workshops to help creators to find their way in the labyrinth of rights. But we've got to do more and better, especially as regards government. Finally, and I'm almost done, a fundamental reflection on the public interest issue. In a context of slow of the regulation of the market. What place does public interest have? Who will be responsible to define the public interest, to ensure that it's applied, and to set it up? It's an essential question, especially in the after the York decision, which will be discussed this afternoon. Now, I had given myself the objective to make you aware of the necessity to think of the culture and copyright law to integrate a system. I don't know whether I've succeeded. You can tell me, but until then, I encourage you to listen to that bizarre uncle at the diversity table of cultural expression, and it's often him that is holding the purse strings. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, so we're about to, by the way, if you are tired of talking to lawyers, I'm more than happy to speak in my alter ego of being a screen composer. All right, so we have a lovely lunch to be served here. Let's get everybody back to the tables at 1 o'clock sharp, and if you haven't finished your lunch yet, just feel free to bring it over with you. All right, we'll see you at 1 o'clock. I'm reflecting on the conversations amongst our panelists from the last talk and realized that I also had an interesting cultural moment. As I mentioned, I came to this country in 1968 without really understanding how to speak English. And since that time, probably, well, almost 55 years later, last year was the first time that I went to the movie theater and saw a superhero character that actually looked like me, which was quite an amazing experience. I really didn't realize how much that would have meant to the little kid in me when I first came to this country. And I was so inspired that I actually decided last October to dress up as Shang-Chi from the Marvel movie Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. And like, I'm a year off of 60, but I went, okay, I only have one excuse to be able to do this, but I never got to do this when I was a kid. So I dressed up as Shang-Chi and ordered a really expensive cosplay outfit that looked like the movie. And then we got the outfit, and my girlfriend went, what are you going to do about the 10 rings? And so we thought about it, and I ended up going to the dollar store, getting 10 yellow glow sticks and putting them on my wrist. So there you go. Anyways, that gave us enough time for us to start the second half of our conference for today. And to that end, I'm not moderating this one, but it's my pleasure to introduce Barry Suchman, who's Senior Counsel at McCarthy Tétrault, and he's going to be moderating this part of the afternoon for you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. And Natalie, thank you very much for that inspiring speech. I think that gave everybody a lot of things to think about. This is part one of the two-part panel we're having on the Access Copyright York decision. This one is focusing on the legal and technical analysis, and then you're going to hear from boots on the ground about what the impact of the decision is. I'm really pleased to be joined with three panelists in person, and we're supposed to be getting Hugo Seltzer, who's joining virtually, so if we could get all that working, there he is, that's terrific. So I'm going to introduce the speakers in the order in which they're going to speak. We're going to start off with my good friend Erin Finley. Erin's a partner with the firm Stone Hay, where she represents creators, producers, musicians, authors, publishers, trade associations, copyright collectives who are being impacted by this decision, and cultural businesses of all kind. And she specializes in copyright law and knows a lot about tariffs. Secondly, Professor Isolde Gendreau, who's a professor of law at Université de Montréal, where she teaches IP law. Her main specialty is in copyright law, and she's a real wizard on comparative and international law issues. She's also modest, but she knows this area cold. She's published extensively in Canada and abroad, and she's been affiliated with cultural associations, including LAI, where she was vice president, and she's now working on a book on moral rights, which is terrific. And then Francine Bertrand-Venn, who we're delighted to have. You heard her speak earlier at the microphone and brought up Ghosts of Sheila Copps. She's a lawyer from Montreal. She was the executive director of SPACQ, Professional Society of Authors and Composers Canada. As a director, she participated in the founding of the Coalition for Cultural Diversity, and she helped get SPAQ accreditation under the status of the Artist Act. And importantly, she was a member of the Copyright Board, and actually is one of the first, as she heard, one of the first applications for tariffs to be collected by Access Copyright. So we're bringing her back to fond memories of an area she knows well. And then virtually, we have Hugo Setzer, who's a legend in the publishing industry. He's had long involvement in the Mexico Publishers Association, where he was on the board, vice president and president. He's had a long-standing involvement with the International Publishers Association, the IPA, where he was on the executive committee and vice president and eventually president. He's been involved in copyright collectives, and he's also served on the executive board of the STM. I actually had a really long resume, and I had trouble trying to shorten it down, so we're looking forward to those virtual remarks. I'm going to kick this off, if I can, with a few remarks of my own about the Access Copyright decision, and I welcome the panelists to give me their views, whether they agree or disagree, but I want to spark a little bit of discussion about a case which is such an important, influential, and problematic case. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn where I say that many in this room would be extremely dissatisfied and disappointed with the decision. They would recognize how problematic it is for collective administration, how it exacerbates an already broken fair dealing framework and makes fair dealing for education just such a mammoth black hole for rights holders, causing immense harm for authors and publishers in the educational sector. I think many of you will know that a key part of the decision of the Supreme Court was that tariffs, at least for many collectives, are voluntary, which makes collective administration of copyright for many collectives now just a huge challenge. But there's other aspects of the case that you're going to hear about from others. The Supreme Court decided that the educational exemption for fair dealing didn't only apply to educational institutions. Suddenly students had a right or a fair dealing exemption for education purposes, in addition to research and private study, which greatly expanded the framework, permits aggregate copying by the largest of institutions, and all of that is considered to be fair. It doesn't matter how much the copying is. If it's a large institution, it's considered to be fair. Funds saved by educational institutions are considered to be to promote education and considered to be fair. So under a Supreme Court framework, authors and publishers, subsidization of education is considered to be fair. Under a Supreme Court of Canada framework, The main focus or purpose of copyright is not author-centric. It's not the mission to promote authors. Rather, you see the elevation of the so-called public interest in the public domain trumping exclusive rights. And if you read Justice Abella's decision, you can see how that view of copyright is just pervading the decision. In my view, copyright law on fair dealing is challenging and the framework is broken. In my view, Canadian fair dealing is the most unfriendly framework in any country in the world, which is why I'm sure Hugo is going to say everybody is worried about the Canadian flu on the rights holder side. So with that, I'm going to stop and turn it over to my good friend Aaron to go first.
Thank you, Barry, and thank you to CDCE and the sponsors for inviting me here today. It's a pleasure to see everyone back in person. It's so great to be back in real life. I'm so excited. Here to talk about the technical and legal analysis of the York University and Access case. Nothing like a technical and legal analysis right after lunch. My job, at least off the top, is to provide a bit more of a detailed background of the case and the Supreme Court of Canada's decision so that you can get a flavor of what the decision was dealing with and as we moved through the courts, what the Supreme Court ultimately found. I'm going to try to refrain from editorializing, at least for the first 10 minutes, and we'll see what happens. But let's start with how the case came to be. So Access Copyright, for those of you who don't know, it's a copyright collective that represents authors and publishers of books, magazines, journals, and newspapers. And Access primarily administers the reproduction right under the Copyright Act. They operate under the general collective licensing regime, and under that regime, at least at the time and today, collectives have the option to either file tariffs with the Copyright Board or enter into negotiated license agreements with users. So for about 20 years, Access Copyright licensed all educational institutions across the country, K-12 as well as post-secondary educational institutions. On the post-sec side, the revenues coming into Access Copyright and then distributed to the authors and publishers represented somewhere around $20 million a year, a little less, but somewhere around $20 million a year. When the post-secondary sector started shifting its copying behavior away from paper copying, photocopying, towards digital copying on their course management systems, Access was looking to expand the voluntary license to include all of that digital copying that was happening on these closed, behind-the-scenes, locked course management systems. Negotiations between the university sector and college sector and Access Copyright failed, so Access filed its first proposed tariff with the Copyright Board in 2010, and the tariff was to take effect in 2011. The Copyright Board kindly certified an interim tariff so that when the licenses were set to expire, the status quo could continue. So all of the post-secondary educational institutions would remain licensed or operating under the tariff so that their copying was blessed, and we were going to figure out what the payment was for that copying as the board worked through its process. So York University initially paid the interim tariff, but then shortly thereafter gave notice that it purported to, whoops, I just did editorializing. It, quote, opted out, and purport to opt out. It said, we're opting out of the tariff. And it stopped paying Access Copyright entirely. So in 2013, Access Copyright brought an action against York in the federal court, seeking payment of or enforcement of that interim tariff. Access's claim was that York was making paper copies, unlicensed paper copies of paper course packs, which had previously been licensed, and also that it was making digital copies of published works on its course management systems without authorization or licenses from its holders. York's defenses were, the tariff was not enforceable, the copying was licensed, or was fair dealing and therefore a license wasn't required. And York also sought a declaration that copies made in compliance with its fair dealing guidelines, which it had released just prior to opting out. I don't like that expression, which is why I always put quotes around opting out. But those, the fair dealing guidelines that it released, York sought a declaration that any copies made under those guidelines were fair dealing. At trial, Access Copyright won on both issues. Justice Phelan found York's copying was not fair, or the fair dealing guidelines were not fair on their face, and that Access was entitled to enforce the tariff. York appealed, and the Federal Court of Appeal upheld the trial decision on fair dealing, but reversed the decision on the enforceability of tariffs, and held that Access was not entitled to enforce the tariff. So then both parties go up to the Supreme Court of Canada. Last year, Supreme Court issued its decision. I can't believe it was only last year. It feels like it's been a while. Decision one, so two issues, right? Are tariffs enforceable? Second issue is whether the fair dealing guidelines are fair and whether the copying under those guidelines are fair. So on the first issue, Supreme Court held that tariffs approved by the Copyright Board under the general regime, the general collective administration, general licensing regime, are not enforceable or mandatory against users that, quote, choose not to be licensed on the approved terms. And the heart of the debate on that issue really turned on amendments that were made to the Act in 1988 and 1997, which expanded collective licensing beyond its original structure, its original function. Originally, collective licensing, performing rights societies, so essentially SOCAN today, predecessors to SOCAN, the original collective regime was set up in the 30s to curb what was seen as a monopolistic power of those performing rights societies that had emerged on the scene at the time. The societies were acquiring the rights to musical compositions. Because they were gathering those rights, there was some concern that it could be anti-competitive or monopolistic behavior. So part of the reason for setting up the performing rights collective administration regime was to curb that potential market power of those collectives. Access's argument, which the court accepted as undeniable, was that collective licensing was expanded in 88 and 97 to protect creators. It was necessary at that time to expand the regime because technological change had made it easier for users to access and copy and more difficult for rights holders to control and police and enforce their rights. The amendments made room for new collective societies to form when market forces demanded it. And the formation of these collective societies gave individual creators and rights holders stronger bargaining positions than they would have had acting alone. However, so the Supreme Court accepted all of that. That was the reason for expanding the regime in 88-97. But the Supreme Court also found that Access conflated two statutory purposes of those amendments. And conflating statutory purposes is kind of a recurring theme in this decision. So the conflation was between the purpose of expanding, which, as I mentioned, Supreme Court accepted, but also the purpose for regulating these new societies. The system gives the board, the Copyright Board, price-setting powers to protect users from this potential market power. So the court said, yes, that was one of the reasons. However, we still regulate collectives because we're concerned about this potential monopolistic power. The court also looked at the wording of the Copyright Act and found that, unlike other collective licensing regimes, namely the neighboring rights regime and private copying, which establish a right of remuneration or a right to be paid, there was no express requirement to pay in the general collective administration regime. So technical mumbo jumbo, all of that. Tariffs are not binding against users that decline to pay. Tariffs certified under the general regime are not binding. They are simply offers to license with the price fixed by the Copyright Board. Users may choose to operate under it, accept the license under the tariff or not. If they don't and they're not otherwise licensed, a rights holder's recourse is an infringement action. So in other words, while accepting as undeniable that those 88-97 amendments were put in place to help rights holders control and enforce and protect the use of their works because of new advances in technology, the Supreme Court, in the same breath, frustrates the purpose of this act by holding that the extended regime had the same purpose as the original one, which was to curb the market power of collectives. So we're going to talk a fair bit about this issue, I expect, but I'll leave you with a question on that one. Is the act, or is the Supreme Court's read of the act serving the intended purpose of expanding collective licensing. Fair dealing. Supreme Court made a very helpful finding on fair dealing, saying, it is not appropriate to entertain York's request for declaratory relief in these proceedings. Since the interim tariff is unenforceable, there is no live dispute between the parties. No live dispute. From 2011 to 2021, there's no live dispute about what fair dealing is. Now, technically, yeah, the Supreme Court's right, fine, sure. But I have some very cynical views as to why the court took this view, but maybe we'll come to that later, maybe not. We'll talk about it over drinks. The tariff was filed in 2010. This case was launched in 2013. 101 objectors in the post-secondary tariff case in front of the Copyright Board. 100 opposing, 1 in support. Thank you, John Deegan. I know you're out there somewhere. 2 tariffs certified by the Copyright Board, a full interim tariff on a full record, the final approved tariff by the Copyright Board. At least, I was trying to count earlier, 6 motions throughout the tariff proceedings, some of which went up to the Federal Court of Appeal and back down again. Millions and millions of dollars spent on all sides. And in 2021, there is no live dispute. Despite there being no live dispute, the Supreme Court thought it would give some helpful comments and issues some obiter thoughts that Justice Abella had. The court doesn't overturn the Federal Court of Appeal decision. In my view, the Federal Court of Appeal decision stands. Fair dealing guidelines are not fair. But the court does not endorse the reasoning of the lower courts either. As a bit of background, the law on fair dealing, dead simple. It's a case-by-case analysis. It's a matter of impression, and the legal burden is on the user to establish that its dealing is fair. There's a 2-step test. First part is the dealing for one of the enumerated purposes under the Act: research, private study, criticism, review, news reporting, education, parody, satire. Second part, is it fair? Is that dealing fair? The facts need to be considered in light of 6 factors. Query whether these factors are at all useful. Purpose, character, amount of the dealing, alternatives to the dealing, nature of the work, and effect of the dealing on the work or impact on the market. Everyone agreed that York met the first part of the test. It was either it was education or it was private study. It was one of them. We're not going to argue about it. Move on to whether or not it's fair. No issue there. But the Supreme Court said the main problem was that both lower courts approached the fairness analysis exclusively from the institutional perspective, leaving out the perspective of the students who use the materials. And it seems to say you can only consider the aggregate or the institutional perspective under 2 of the 6 factors. It says large-scale organized dealings are not inherently unfair, and it gave the example of SOCAN and Bell, which dealt with 30-second song previews and online music services, which could easily be distributed across the internet in large numbers. And the court said this could lead to disproportionate findings of unfairness when compared to non-digital works. It also highlighted the amount of the dealing factor should be based on individual use, not the aggregate. And it was annoyed that Justice Phelan found the fact that different portions of works were copied and handed to different students would be unfair. It said not appropriate to deal with that under the amount of the dealing factor. It was a fact. It was an interesting fact that led to unfairness. Who cares what factor it's under? Whoops. I told you 10 minutes in, right? So the court reframes the fair dealing issue and says the question is whether an institution's practices actualize the student's right to receive course material for educational purposes in a fair manner. So while the Supreme Court didn't overturn the findings that York's guidelines are unfair, it directed us to view virtually every fact through the lens of the student user. I just want to take a step back for a second. Matter of impression. Fair dealing is a matter of impression. Trial judge, Federal Court of Appeal found that York's fair dealing guidelines were not fair. The evidence at an aggregate level, York copied 29 million pages in course packs and 16 million pages on digital course packs, digital exposures. Even at a student level, since we have to view it from only the student user level, 360 pages per student. Trial judge found there were 0 safeguards to ensure students and profs were copying within the guidelines. The copying was not licensed, despite what you might read on blogs, was not licensed. And the effect of the dealing or impact on the market, we saw drops in primary sales and revenues, drops in licensing income, which represented about 20% of publishers' revenues. And the findings were that there were long-term adverse impacts of the guidelines on investment, content, and quality of published works. To me, the Supreme Court's obsession with individual users is concerning. The idea that you need to ignore large-scale systematic copying because it would disproportionately lead to findings of unfairness completely misses the point. When writers, when authors, when publishers' works are distributed across the internet in large numbers, isn't that likely to cause more damage? Isn't it just less fair? Isn't it likely to significantly impact a market for copyright-protected works? It's a total loss of control of your work. And how is the fact that dealing is large-scale and organized not a paramount consideration in determining whether a dealing is fair? There's an idea, which I subscribe to, that collective administration of copyright and the role of the Copyright Board is to ensure an efficient functioning marketplace for the exchange of copyright-protected works. But ask any educational publisher in this room or online about the impact of this level of copying on their market and their incentives to publish for this market in this country. Ask any musician, performer, author, music publisher, label composer, screenwriter, producer in the room, I hope I didn't miss anyone, about the impact on their market and their incentives to create if their works were systematically copied by even just one large user year after year without permission for 11 years and disseminated over the internet to any number of unknown users. It is death by 1,000 individual user cuts. As a matter of impression, how is that fair? That's the end of my technical legal analysis. Handing it over.
Those were terrific comments. How large-scale aggregate copying tends to be analyzed by dividing it up by tens of millions of people to get a small number and to say that's all fair is really hard to believe. And to believe that the educational exception was intended to be construed that way, I think you don't see anything in the Supreme Court decision that analyzes and suggests that that was the right framework. And so, this is just another byproduct, I think, of what started off in CCH, saying you've got to look at it from the perspective of first it was facilitating and then Alberta education from the perspective of the ultimate user. And you end up with that framework, massive uncompensated copying is a result. Isolde, your technical analysis.
All right.
Merci beaucoup.
D'abord ma présentation.
So I'm going to do my presentation in French, and I would like to thank the Coalition for the Diversity of the Cultural Expression to talk before you. It is a pleasure, and it is the first outing that I do since the beginning of the pandemic. And it is the occasion for me to come and talk to you of the 2 points that are important that are from decision of outset. Number one, the decision of the Commission, the mandatory, and the user, the just use. I have several points to signal when it comes to that subject that is not in a particular order, but I would like to mention before you, and some of them are within the scope of what Aaron has talked about. Number one, we have quite a lot with the access decision when it comes the access copyright general regime when it comes to comparative private copy or remuneration that are regimes that came later on, because there was not a common language to create a same execution of the decisions of the Commission. So it was a lack of wording. Users have to follow decision, so it is not mandatory. We can bypass that. And what I can say, one thing that we have to mention from that declaration of the court is that, as a matter of fact, we are in a situation where the law on copyright were amended at several times within years, and nothing was done as to revise the law that could have been mentioned during a reform of a law. And when this regime was put in place, what did we have as a model to create it was this slogan model that existed since the Parker report that in 1930s that it was the grandfather of the copyright law today, and was a report from that time where the judge had determined different tariff that had to use users, and we are in the years the 30s. It's during Depression. We are in a management company that did yes, on paper it's a Canadian. As a matter of fact, it is a subsidiary of a British and American companies. No order went to explain the situation to Justice Parker, and Justice Parker mentioned the fact that if he had representation of authors, probably he would have came to conclusions slightly different, and he reproached that, but never in the head of Justice Parker and during the existence of that regime, we could have imagined that the decision of Copyright Commission of its grandfather was not something that could be not something that was optional. So the result was the result of amendments where we look at the problem at a certain time, within a certain knowledge, certain precisions, and then after that we come and say, since we don't have the same element in a text, in a wording that has grounds that are more older, we have to come to the conclusion that the decisions are not mandatory. So we shouldn't even forget, in the actual regime that was put in place, the idea was to do that there is not a mandatory character like we had before, and except for just remuneration or private copying, and aside from some exception, as a matter, the model is what management companies negotiate with the users. And if they do not want to negotiate, or if the other party agree, they can go before the Commission. So the report for the Commission is like a report towards an adjudicator, where this entity, the Commission of Copyright, has an experience, historical experience in determination of tariff. And if the party, instead of negotiating, prefer to rely on the decision of the Commission, how can we say that the decision of the Commission is not counterproductive to them? So this is the result of that process, which is the tariff that is homologated by the Commission. And more fundamentally, and like has mentioned Aaron, I think there is a misunderstanding, a bad understanding from the Supreme Court when it comes what is collective management. We don't understand why the collective management is, because we talk about democratization of access to the tribunal when it comes to class action suits. Why do we have a class action suit? Because individual process is delusional, or it does not give any margin of negotiation to the individual that participate to a class action suit. The class action suit is the same idea that alone the management is not in place to obtain repair and rights that are recognized by the law. And this is these elements that are important in the working of the decision of the Copyright Commission. All that system was put in place so the existence of these rights give something concrete when they are put in place. Another thing that is not and it is not of the understanding of the Supreme Court, is that the report as to the user of the masses. The Supreme Court does not understand also the idea that the mass users, and these mass using in what would happen in universities and schools. I am an academic, and I see how and I see copies that are done, and I can't tell you how much copies are done. We can negate the existence of these copies as much as Justice Parker in his report could not negate that in the ball courtroom we will play music, and it's clear in a teaching institution we are going to copy work, not only literary work, but it's that phenomenon of mass users, and it's not the first time that the Supreme Court does not take an exact measure of what technology, today's technology, allow when it comes to mass users. And the digital use that allows this kind of thing in a context of access, music, and everything that we can talk about when it comes to copyright, gives us circumstances where indeed there is a value that is from the entire thing. I submit to you the situation actually that is used from the 19th century is the situation that we live with the protection of personal data that is part of people. And then after that, sell your personal information. The last book that you bought, the site that you have visited, we think that we are no value with that. And we know very well today the aggregate of all of these actions are valuables or are being and we took steps to protect people. In the copyright, since the 19th century, we were aware that in that entire user of these, there is a value that is appropriated and could be shared with everybody. The context of copyright is easier than personal data because it is something that is with the personal data. And then I am not going to, and it's not my domain here. So discovery of value in values, because they are used in a massive way, is a phenomenon that digital data would see us, and it has to evolve with technology and has to evolve with a universe that allows us other sources of value that is protected by copyright. And these sources of value are what we live, a social evolution towards that the economy of the knowledge. The economy of the knowledge are what? It's the work, and that economical sector that should have more strength is dealt with what the copyright law can do. Some last thing when it comes to decision. Impact of the decision of the Commission of Copyright, the Supreme Court and Supreme Court say that pour accès, it cannot be sued because we cannot, and then we can follow for counterfeiting EC, it has only mandates. So I take you back to the division of management companies that say that management company is, yes, by license, by mandate also. No rules in that action suit say that everything that is by mandate have no rights that is by. It's a situation. Since 2004, they cannot understand anything, is that rights in copyrights are expressed in a very we talk about reproduction, we talk about representation, communication, we talk about activities neutral that are part of that. And these exceptions are in function of context of that exercise. We are between technical and contextual on the other side, and it's through that image that we are talking. Another thing that seems not to be understood, more that we are in a universe of exceptions, and the law talk about the exceptions. The exceptions should be analyzed according to the law or the right that is exercised. So if the reproductions is done at the institutional level, those are exceptions has to be applied at the context of institutions, and we have the same at the sector of education applies to sector of teaching institution, and then this is how it has to be examined by the Supreme Court. The problem that we have had with that decision is that it started with decision of 2012 in Alberta Education, where the tribunal or the court did not understand that, and then they have done an entire exercise to turn the use as private study as an exception of education. So at that point, there are an obligation to interpret the indication that apparently they did not do in depth, but they have to give a meaning to the education that is different for private studies in 2012. So it was treated as an exception of education and not an exception of private study, private education. So when it comes to, there is the court did not do the same things because the users are. You think that they are people and not more people, and then sometimes users are institutions, and then we apply the exceptions that could apply at entities that are corporate or institutional. What is the fact not to recognize that the users could be institutions? What is the idea to concentrate on the laws of copyright that is a law for copyright for users? Is that the court negate put a modest target on the copyright law is to ensure that everything we keep a part for the author. And of course, when we have such an objective, we look according to that objective that it will be applied to ensure that the rights that we give are to we want to enforce them to. So it's normal. But from that point, to pretend, for instance, that the other people have rights that are equal to authors, artists, or other. So for me, it's a situation that the wording, the language of the law does not allow that. We shouldn't forget also, as a conclusion, is that it's the example of the right of artists, interpreters also at the international level. These rights, when they negotiated the Convention de Rome in 1962, it was for, at the international level, in the universe, in that legal agreement. So when they said they went and they went like these performing artists. They went and allied, and I think it's within that research of a remuneration for the work done that would see, for me, the real objective on the copyright law. And last week, Justice of the Appeal Court of Lord Justice Arnold talked, and he wondered the question of why we should have a new law when it comes to copyright in England. Several reasons to signal. One, within that context, has drawn my attention, and he said, because there is a large insatisfaction to see the incapacity to see the copyright law to ensure to ensure a revenue to the artist. And when it comes to that question, it exists, as a matter of fact. It is steps. There are steps that are never closed, but we are looking, and then we're watching. Merci.
I take 5 points away from what you said. First is Parker maybe rolling in his grave. The second is Supreme Court of Canada doesn't understand collective administration of copyright. The third is, while you didn't say it, while they may understand aggregation of personal data, they certainly don't get the impact of aggregation of massive copying. Exceptions should be viewed from the perspective of the person who's exercising the right, which is the way it's viewed all over the rest of the world that has fair dealing exceptions. And last, it's wrong to treat users' rights as equal to what I would have said, or even Trump exclusive rights. You're next, Francine.
Okay.
Tout seul, ok, c'est bon. Alors bonjour, moi aussi.
Thank you for the coalition to invite me. I am a lawyer at Reformed, and then with the experience that training where I sat and we talked the tariff access for the reproduction of work. And so this is my opinion, finally. I participated as a member of that body, and I was named at the Commission of the Copyright from 2004 to 2009, and then I heard twice Radio Commercial in 2010. So we were confronted to hear this proof exhaustive of the reproduction of books, newspaper, and magazines. During that audience, we have examined the repertoire of access in schools, and then we have wondering if the copy and for what mean and what is the purpose. And then every photocopy there is a sticker say for what. So this was as detailed that the decision is an analysis of the recent decision of the Supreme Court in CCEH. The tariff deposited was that mentioned that it was $10 per pupil, and it was the final one is $5.05. It is not acceptable that the copyright came to that law that is based on facts, that the decision can deceive people. Whether it was too low or too biased, it's the justification of the tariff. I never thought of the tariff of access was not executory because I knew the status of the and through that session of rights, and on top of it, we knew that all the management companies could put tariff. And that we could be mandated also, and we could not have sessions. When it comes to that, we can go to the Commission. Contrary to that, and this is before my time, and it was modified after my departure, and it brought to a reflection when it comes to the copyright right. Contrary to the process, the agreements are not part of that. It's based by its speed and not by an analysis of what happened. And it came, if the right is the only salary of the author, how can we come to an agreement, and what are the decisions that these decisions are not applicable despite the copyright law, if we want to read them, where we say that decision of the Commission are executory. And the present decision has gave that, and it is given to the management company that possess the same way that the author gave to the manager. So it has to be, the collective has to have that right, so the tariff can be equitable. So I do not share the vision of the court when it comes to dispositions of the court when it comes to the collective management, protect users like universities. This affirmation does not put in space of the repertoire of access that depend on the salaries by the management company. So in conclusion, and the pretension of the university is that the reproduction of work was allowable without obtaining authorization, and this is for public interests. And if it was equitable for us, is a question of right, and it has to be analyzed according to criteria of CCH. And in this decision, we have to they put it in silence. And the objectives are close to equity for all parts. And I know that a lot of people are not in agreement with me. Decision of the Commission should be executory because of the analysis of the proof before them. So user can refuse this, but then he is in violation of copyright. So it's another way of looking at things. So we wonder, we don't know to what extent they are in violation of copyright. So who can follow anybody at that point? How long can we wait to be remunerated fairly, saying that it is the holder? So what is the efficiency here, and how did we get to that point? The Commission is the two parts come before us. We have a discussion, and I can tell you that it is done seriously, and I understand the space that is pretty slow. And for instance, I can give you, was it a user of the part of the work? There are questions before that in the tariffs that deserve the respect of court with the review of the decisions. So these agreements, when it comes to efficiency of the negotiation, and it is the privilege of the collective to decide. So I was here to say that I believe sincerely that the Commission of Copyright, and probably in that legislation, we can allow some sort of mechanism when it comes to the value of copyright.
I think we'd all have to agree with you when you say, how did we get to this point? Hugo, you've been waiting very patiently, remotely, and so we're really interested to hear your international perspective. You're on.
Thank you, Barry. Can you all hear me well? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Barry, for the introduction, and thank you to the Coalition for the Diversity of Cultural Expressions for inviting me to be here with you today, though remotely, online. I was thinking a while ago that one of the downsides of participating online in such events is that I learned that I just missed lunch a while ago. But anyway, I'm glad to be here, though remotely. And I would also like to mention that I'm really not a legal expert. So as Barry mentioned as well. So I won't speak about legal implications, which my fellow panelists have already done with their splendid presentations. I would rather like to focus on the practical implications. I know there will be another panel about this later on or tomorrow, but I would like to give you also the international perspective. Back in 2018, when I was vice president of the International Publishers Association, I had the chance of attending one of the hearings of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology to present our views on the Fair Dealing Act. At that time, I said that nowhere in the industrialized world outside Canada is education in the generic sense a permitted purpose for an unremunerated fair dealing exception. We haven't seen that anywhere else, although it may be contagious, as Barry mentioned. The Canadian flu is the expression we've coined so far. Our concern from the international publishers' perspective is that Canada is considered internationally an outlier. The members of the committee to whom I spoke were kind of shocked when I said so, and later on, our colleagues, our publishers in Canada, said to me that, well, it was amazing that they had been telling them the same thing for I don't know how long, but it needed someone from another country to come and tell them the same thing for them to believe it, that Canada was considered, or still is, internationally an outlier. Not only with its fair dealing exception for education, but with its court-made law that equates fair dealing exceptions with the so-called user rights, all of which has resulted in loss of income for Canadian publishers and authors. There are several studies, like the exhaustive analysis by copyright expert Mihaly Fiksher, who used to be Deputy Director General of the World Intellectual Property Organization, that shows that the fair dealing for education exception is subsequently interpreted by the Supreme Court and by a number of educational institutions, like York University, may not be compliant with the Berne Convention and its three-step test. If I'm not mistaken, Isol has also written about this. The results have been devastating. Some publishers had to completely close their business or shut down their educational division. They're not investing in new resources for education because they can't recoup their investment. Authors are not getting paid and are thus writing less educational materials. And I think one of the worst results here, and I'm sure it wasn't intended this way when this legislation came through, that Canadian students have access to fewer local contents written by Canadian authors and published by Canadian publishers because they can't recoup their investment. My colleague and friend Glenn Rowlands and author Sylvia McNichol will address that later in another session. Collective licensing is fundamental for a well-balanced educational publishing infrastructure, and Erin, I think, spoke very eloquently about this. This system used to work quite well in Canada before 2012, when it was eroded by the fair dealing exception. Collective licensing in the educational field was done at a very low cost per head. I understand that around $14 for post-secondary students and less than $3 for elementary and secondary students. I've heard recently that the Canadian government has stated that this needs to be fixed, but the how remains a question to be answered. I personally think it needs legislation. Painful and expensive litigation between creators, publishers, and CMOs, and on the other side, their customers, our customers, will not solve a law that is in urgent need to be fixed by proper legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hugo. Isolde, I know you've done a lot of work on the three-step test, particularly on education. And just to follow up what Hugo was saying, you expressed some views even before the York decision. After the York decision, are your views the same, or have they changed, or are they even more reinforced?
I'd say that. Yes, I'd say my views haven't changed, and I still see that fair dealing is an exception that is. It's very strange with fair dealing, because there was a point in time when I started teaching, there were hardly any cases to teach with. to explain students those situations of fair dealing. Now, of course, we have lots of decisions, well, relative, lots of decisions where this is, a big emphasis. And I still continue to believe that it's important to acknowledge and act on the fact that there are mass uses that are institutional, that have repercussions on the economy, and that we are used to think about fair dealing as an exception. Is fair dealing exception by itself? Is it in conformity with a three-step test? And normally when we do a three-step test analysis, we do it exception by exception. And often it is possible to most of the time, it's possible to come to the conclusion that the exception meets the three-step test. I mean, I'm not going to say that no exception in the Canadian Act meets the three-step test, never. However, what we've seen with our law is a combination of a user right analysis for all exceptions and a drafting that encourages exception shopping. So, well, if it's not fair dealing for private study and research, it's going to be education. Well, if it's not education, then we now have an exception for private copying. Try to work that into the educational sector. If that doesn't work, well, there's the incidental exception that you may look at. So you can more or less go through the Act and try to argue in the alternative lots of exceptions. And in terms of the three-step test, I think that if you look at it again in the aggregate situation, you are looking at a country which has so many exceptions that it may not be meeting the three-step test. The problem with not meeting the three-step test today, as opposed to when TRIPS started, is that there is no longer much political impact with a three-step test challenge internationally. This has not taken place for many years, and it used to be thought that one of the great advantages of having copyright law within the TRIPS, within the WTO agreement, was that it would allow the use of real actions against the countries. But since, I'm afraid on the spot I can't think of the topic itself, but since a particular decision which was aimed at the US and it led to no action by the US, I think no one has really taken up new three-step test analysis under the TRIPS agreement.
And there's also a lot of politics with respect to getting countries to do it. I've got a question for Aaron and Francine. So what is the implication for collective societies other than access? And do they have good reasons to worry? And if there is no legislative change to collective administration provisions, what can rights holders or their collectives do?
I think they're caught between a rock and a hard place. If collective societies cannot get a tariff that can be effective, what's left for the author? And we're going back to before 1989, and we're not trying to deal with it collectively. I like you to remember that SOCAN was CAPAC SDE, the users were saying, get together, we want a one-stop shop. All this political side of things, it was to be efficient. But now it's sort of as if the whole system just imploded. I mean, it's like it's no use anymore. And that's what's scary about what happened in New York. It's the whole system. It was a given for the author that he was a part of a collective society with his publishers, because it was SOCAN. For me, it was easy to understand. And I understand that when other societies came, it was their way of dealing with the mandate they had and the way it dealt with. But The actual decision right now, it must be very difficult for what are they to do next to implement a tariff and to be paid, actually?
So I think part of your question was, should collectives that operate under different regimes be concerned? And I would say yes. The decision is technically focused on the general regime, but I think we will see a bleed or a misunderstanding that the concept applies to all collective licenses and tariffs, right? So I can imagine a scenario where a user or the collective goes through an entire process again in front of the Copyright Board, and then the collective seeks to enforce, even under so-called mandatory regimes or the remuneration right regimes, and user doesn't pay, and then we're faced with this argument at the court. So what I advise my clients, this is the practical consequence of this decision, is if you're a collective or a rights holder represented by a collective, you file your tariff, but at the same time you have to commence copyright infringement proceedings, each individual rights holder. And so, and it's in part because we're also dealing with limitations periods. So if you run your whole way through the Copyright Board process, which we know takes quite a long time, and you get your tariff, you try to enforce it, it's found to be not enforceable, then you're stuck back at square one again, launching the infringement claim. So you would have to launch both at the same time. And if you think about the purpose of the Copyright Board and the purpose of the collective administration of copyright, this is supposed to be about an efficient functioning marketplace for the exchange of copyright protected works. And now we're talking about completely duplicative court and tribunal processes at the same minute and spending millions of dollars on both sides as you move forward in this vacuum, this void. So in my mind, and the advice, as I said, I give to my clients is you'd have to launch both to protect yourself. And it's exactly why this needs a total rethink. And if the Supreme Court's right, and it's right, it's the highest court in the land, we need the legislation changed, and we need it now to make it clear that tariffs are enforceable against users that decline to pay them when they use the works that are triggered by the tariff. No one is saying that every single person targeted by a tariff must pay. When you do use and you haven't paid and you're not authorized, that's when the tariff is triggered and it's enforceable.
And Aaron, I know we're going to have questions from the audience, but I do want to ask one more question. We had some discussion on the last panel about legislative amendments, and we heard from Natalie. And I'd like to get your views as to whether there is a theoretical silver bullet that actually could fix things. If you look at the evolution of the Supreme Court decisions, starting with Taberge and CCH, Alberta Education, right through to the York decision, you see this continual application of the purpose of copyright. And we've now moved from what it was in Bishop and Stevens, where it was an author-centric view, to this supposed balance view, which now has turned out to be almost the inverse when you look at all the exceptions and the framework. Would a silver bullet be an amendment to the Act stating much more clearly, that the purpose of the Act is the historical purpose to ensure that authors and rights holders have the ability to control the use of their works, license the use of the works, and to promote cultural diversity? Who wants to take that on?
I'll tackle it. Others will jump in. I don't think there's a silver bullet. I like the idea. I like a reframing of what copyright law is. I think, to be realistic, we've moved a little bit past Bishop and Stevens, and there is a balancing of interests that needs to happen. The Supreme Court, one of the things that really troubles me about the Supreme Court of Canada decision is how it actually defines the purpose of copyright. And what it says is that increasing public access and dissemination of artistic and intellectual works, which enrich society and often provide users with the tools and inspiration to generate works of art of their own, is a primary goal of copyright. And then the court says, but it's also true that just rewards for copyright creators provide necessary incentives. And I went, what is happening here? First of all, copyright doesn't have a primary goal unless you go with Barry's definition. Maybe we can create a better one. Historical definition.
Commandments, thou shalt not steal.
Done. Okay, I like
And
it.
that's a decision from the House of Lords.
Okay, we'll take that. We'll go with Barry's. But I get deeply concerned when we see primary goal of copyright is to ensure the dissemination and access to works. This is a real swing, and it's pushing further and further. So to your point, I do think if we redefine and we bring that pendulum back to where it properly belongs, and I'll say a balancing out of the interests of creators and users, dissemination of works, creation of works, and a creator's just reward, I think that will help. I don't know that it's a silver bullet, but it would certainly help reframe what the hell we're talking about here.
Be hard to imagine that it would get the Supreme Court to reverse itself. How is that going to happen? Okay, unless anyone else wants to jump in, I know I'm getting the signal that we have to open it up to questions from the audience. So.
Hi. Oh, actually, one of the things when you get too many lawyers in the room is that I've got a couple of questions myself. So one thing I'd like to ask the panel, coming from the point of being a practitioner in both Canada and the US, for many years in my practice, I used to always say, hey, American fair use is actually significantly wider than Canadian fair dealing. With this decision, do you feel that that's changed now, that on this issue, in fact, we have a better system or a better result under the American version of fair use on this issue?
Yes, this looks like a question to me. It's a classic, opposing fair use to fair dealing. I think that what people forget sometimes is that fair use is not the only exception in the U.S. Copyright Act. There are other exceptions. But there is something which is quite different between the two, and it's the fact that however it is interpreted, the U.S. Copyright Act has its constitutional clause, and the court can do a lot of mileage with that in its interpretation. Also, its its 4 factors are statutory. Our situation is we have no constitutional clause. We have 6 factors that are only jurisprudential, but that are essentially a copy of the fair use factors. And there is, because we have none of the constitutional clause, which may in the U.S. go one way or the other, the court has decided to fill in this void in a way with its user right attitude towards copyright. And with the fair dealing, I don't think we are actually that different from the U.S. If anything, what we've seen in the U.S. is that they seem to pay a much greater attention to the impact on the market in their analysis of fair use, whereas obviously here this is not a factor. Here, what we are seeing as the dominant theme is access is everything, and who can beat free? It's just too tempting. It's very easy to consider that if you're free, you're allowing greater access. But I would be more of the opinion that having monetary value given to works will enable the building of or the strengthening of a Canadian cultural industry. I think we are in a great need of that in our connected world. And it's almost a sign of national sovereignty. Do we want our children to study international geography or literature or anything with U.S. textbooks as opposed to Canadian textbooks? I don't think so. And I think that's why it's important to think that an extreme interpretation of of exceptions like this is a disservice to the wider dissemination of national stories. In the US, the Copyright Act at its very beginning was to encourage the local industry. And I don't think we are encouraging the local industry now.
Thank you.
So if I can just add to that, I agree with a lot of what you say, but I think there's no question that the Canadian fair dealing framework is a lot broader than the United States. It is under fair use. It's true to say that we have a two-step test and they only have one, and so other kinds of dealings could fall within it. But the way the Supreme Court has approached the first step is very open-ended, very elastic, because they want to do the heavy lifting at the second step. So in many of these cases, it's not going to make a difference. And then when the rubber really hits the road, it's both the philosophical approach to copyright and the way they approach the factors. On the philosophical approach, Supreme Court decision after Supreme Court decision has said that the purpose of copyright and the public interest is promoted by ensuring exclusive rights are recognized. And the byproduct of the exclusive rights is the public interest. That philosophical approach was categorically repudiated by Justice Abella in the York decision. She said that's not true. And she wasn't referring to the U.S. cases, but she was repudiating that argument that differentiates the philosophical principle. User rights being good versus if we have exclusive rights, it creates incentives, works will be disseminated. Thus, we need a framework that recognizes the strength of exclusive rights. Then the way in which the factors are applied are way different. You will not see a Supreme Court U.S. decision that looks at character of the dealing and saying aggregate copying is fair. And you pointed out about the effect of the market, which not all, but many of the leading cases say effect of the market is the most important factor. In Canada, no, just a factor. So I think that the framework here is way broader than fair use. But people can disagree. Any other questions? Looks like we have a question.
First question is for Isolde. How soon do you think you can get on the Supreme Court? And the second question has to do with other areas that are other statutory control of fees and services. And this is a rhetorical question. Is there any other industry, any other service that's provided in this country where the fees and costs are controlled by statutory regulations that has an exception for fair dealing? In other words, why doesn't York say we don't want to pay the hydro anything anymore? Why don't we want to pay the water anymore? Why do we have to pay these land taxes? Oh, we can pay those because we're taking it out on the artists. My commentary.
So it's a rhetorical question, but is it fair that every supplier to an educational institution should have to give up a percentage of their revenue to support education?
That was the fundamental argument that we used to go to Parliament to say, that that was exactly the case, that it was the only industry in the world that has that, actually. And everything else is paid in the university except intellectual property. Imagine that. The books that the students are actually using. It's unfathomable that you'd think that that would be logical. But it is, because it's copyright and they can play around with it, but it's unbelievable.
If I may add also, when you think about the amounts at stake per student, and you think about, whether they wouldn't need to buy books instead of paying these fees, well, if they had to buy books representing everything that they are copying, it would be an enormous amount of money. That would be definitely a hindrance to access to education. But paying something which is not even the cost of all the royalty revenue that would be generated from buying all these books, just to provide access to that material so they can study, sounds to me like a very fair proposition. It's not exaggerated. I think one difficulty with this issue is that as many of us are here, not everybody, has law backgrounds or lawyers. And it's a debate, of course, that is taking place with many lawyers. And the kind of material that as lawyers we use are not the same materials as is used in all the other faculties and departments that you have in universities or in schools. So when you're a lawyer, the material you use to do your work, what is it? It's cases and statutes, a bit of doctrine, but it's not the same thing as cases and statutes. And the copyright status of these two categories of works is another kind of worm that I'm sure the departments dealing with copyright don't want to deal with. But what I'm trying to say is that there are works for which the justification of the existence of copyright is very different from the works that are used in literature departments, art history departments, music departments. And this is where it is particularly important. However, a lot of the people who are doing the thinking and the lobbying and whatever it is, they're people who work with, works that are, whose copyright status is not as full as in those other departments. And I think that this somehow can taint the attitude towards, well, it's not the end of the world, look at it, it's not, what kind of works is it? It's very subconscious, but I think somehow it's there, and people may forget that it's wonderful when you think that there are Canadian literature courses in universities around the world where they study our authors. And you want these works to be the sources of income for our authors when they study these works. And to me, that's the ultimate goal of what copyright does. There was a fellow professor, Professor Cornish, who died, unfortunately, last year. He was very good, and he reminded us at some meeting, he said, when you think about copyright protection and you want to understand how the rules work, he says, think about the ultimate kind of work that you have in that category. And he was thinking, for instance, about photographs. Everybody makes pictures, and very ordinary, banal pictures. And they're not exactly the ones that copyright is worried about. Copyright will be more concerned about the photographs taken by József Karsh or Gabor Szilágyi, and you will want these photographers to be able to rely on copyright as a source of income for their work. And I think that this is the kind of framework we should have in mind when we think about what this Copyright Act actually helps to do. It's not there for school children exam compositions. They're protected by copyright. They have their own vague, minimal originality, but we don't worry about them in copyright law. We should worry about these other works. And yes, on the fringe, there will be works that we don't like so much. That's life. But the core is really what the cultural industries is what it's about.
So I think we have maybe time, one more minute. And Hugo, you've been there watching our Canadian dilemma. You've got vast experience in terms of what goes on around the world through your role in the IPA. Do you have any kind of closing thoughts for us Canadians?
Thank you, Barry. Perhaps I was just thinking that as you were mentioning that, of course, free is very tempting. I mean, you can't beat free. But on the other hand, I'm sure, and use a metaphor for this when you think of these exceptions, because the problem of these exceptions is, from my point of view, is that they're short-sighted. It's like when you have a dam uphill, you have a lot of water there, it's a water reservoir, and you have a continuous flow of water, perhaps not as much as you would like, so on. And then you say, well, there's so much water up there, why can't we use more of it? And then you take the decision to break the dam, to destroy it. From one moment to the other, you have a complete flood, you have all the water you could imagine in the world, but there will be consequences because the water won't be there in the future. There will be a drought, and that's what we are seeing in Canada right now.
Very much. I think that's an apt place to stop. I know we're out of time, so I really want to thank all the panelists for their excellent presentations, answers to questions, and unless anyone has any burning last comments, I'm going to say we're adjourned.
I do have one question that probably reminds me of the 35 years ago when I sat in law school and had a lovely panel of experts to ask a conflict of laws question to, but I think it's a useful one for the rest of the audience. Given that the state of law is what it is, do we in Canada have the same exception when we're using works created outside of Canada, meaning that we can use it for free? And conversely, if we're selling our works in foreign jurisdictions, are we allowed to maintain a compensatory fee?
Yes, the answer is yes, because of national treatment. So foreign authors in Canada receive nothing for situations that are covered by an exception, and Canadian authors whose works are used abroad will work, will operate according to the schemes that are in force in those countries. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, everybody.
So now we have a half-hour break. We will see you at 3 o'clock, I think is the right time, right? Well, I certainly feel honored to be part of this event because I've certainly learned a lot from all of our panelists, and it's been a really great day. So on the second talk that we're going to have about the practical implications of the court case that we heard so much about, we have a panel that knows a lot about what the effect of a case like that is on their various industries. So, our panel features, and we'd like to welcome Charlotte Gray, who's the author of 11 acclaimed books of literary nonfiction. She's worked as a political commentator, book reviewer, and magazine columnist before she turned to biography and popular history. In 2016, Charlotte's book, The Promise of Canada, became a major bestseller and won the Ottawa Book Award. Her previous book, The Massey Murder, won the Toronto Book Award and the Toronto Heritage Book Award. She's been awarded 5 honorary doctorates. She was the 2003 recipient of the Pierre Burton Award for distinguished achievement in popularizing Canadian history. She's a member of the Order of Canada and a fellow of the Royal Society of Canada. Charlotte's latest book is entitled Murdered Midas, which is a biography of Canadian mine owner Sir Harry Oakes. Welcome, Charlotte. Glenn Rowlands is an experienced publisher who has published in literary, higher education, and K-12 markets. He is the co-director of the Business of Publishing program at the University of Chicago. He's director of the Banff Publishing program at the Banff Center, co-chair of Access Copyright, and president of the Association of Canadian Publishers. He now serves as the representative of the Canadian Copyright Institute to the Standing Committee on Copyright and Related Rights of the World Intellectual Property Organization, and on the Copyright Committee and the Copyright Policy Working Group of the International Publishers Association. He's described the Copy Act amendments in 2012 in his bio as disastrous. So I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say about that. Gilles Herman, publisher and general manager of Quebec publisher Editions du Septentrion. My French is not very good, so I hope I pronounced that reasonably correct. He is also the president of Copybec and the administrator of l'Association Nationale Éditeur de Livres, and that translates to me as the National Association of Book Publishers. So welcome. And Sylvia McNichol, she's written over 40 books for young audiences around the world. She's a former president of the Canadian Society of Children's Authors, Illustrators, and Performers, and her career spans over 3 decades, which makes her one of Canada's longest-running children's authors. Her latest work, What the Dog Knows, was released just last week on May 24th, and a large part of her work life now involves mentoring other writers. So, I guess the way that I was asked to deal with today is to just invite everyone to speak on introducing yourself a little bit and explaining your connection to our topic being the practical realities of what's happened since the York decision. So the first person I'll call on is Glenn, and please.
Thanks. Am I live? I am. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks also to CDCE for the invitation. I really appreciate it. And I wanted to start just by acknowledging, as happened at the beginning of the day, that we're here on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe peoples. And I'm grateful to be here, grateful to be with everybody here today. I really like the way this question is framed, Jeff. I think the idea of talking about my connection or my relation to copyright is a good one at this stage of my career, because I'm in my over 4 decades now in writing and publishing. And as anybody in those businesses or those professions knows, copyright's our essential infrastructure. So from the very beginning, copyright was part of the water that we swam in. I joked at lunch that I feel a bit codependent in my relationship with copyright now, just because we are both suffering some animosity one to the other, and yet we can't separate. We're really joined at the hip as a writer, as a publisher. Copyright is something that you have to take into account, and if you're not taking it into account, you have to realize that it's important that the associations that you're part of or the groups that you're part of are taking it into account. I think the things that I recognize in my relationship to copyright now include the fact that I'm a copyright user as well as a copyright creator. I license copyright protected works from authors. I license other materials that are created by illustrators or designers. As an editor and a publisher, we also, in education especially, create copyright. We're creating new content that supplements the work of the experts in the books. And all of that means that I have interests on both sides of, I think, what Natalie described this morning well as a divide. And I recognize that, that the interests on both sides are both public and private. I think that we're sometimes presented with the idea that copyright users, students and instructors, for example, represent the public interest, and that copyright creators and copyright owners represent private interests. And what you realize when you're working in this pool is that both represent both. Copyright users in the private sector include large tech companies, for example. Copyright creators in the organizational world include large institutions. We have this bleed from one side to the other that means that, as Natalie said this morning, that we're really all in this together. The Australian copyright expert and administrator, Michael Fraser, talked about the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in an address he made, I think, in 2013. And that in the Universal Declaration, Article 27 has just 2 short paragraphs. The first one talks about everyone's right to participate in the creative life of their community and in scientific and educational opportunities. The second paragraph talks about everyone having the right to enjoy the moral and material interests that are in the work they create. So in this one article, which is an article of human rights, we often think of copyright as an economic right or something in a more administrative world. But in this expression of human rights, those two concepts are welded together. And it's, I think, Professor Fraser's really splendid insight that those two ideas are complementary and that you can't have one without the other. Ugo Setzer in the last presentation talked about the dam, which once it's broken, leaves nothing but dry land upstream of the users of the water. And that's the situation we're facing now in Canadian copyright. That's the relationship I feel to this issue, that we're on the brink of destroying the capacity to express our culture, the diversity in our culture, the goals of our culture, the things that make Canada different and in many ways important and special. And without those things, I think, without those things inside, I think my relationship to copyright would be a much different one than I feel at this stage of my career.
Thank you. Sylvia.
Hi, thank you for having me. I've been so invigorated by the previous discussion. I love metaphor. I love the Hugo's metaphor of the water and the dam, and I really like the idea of breadcrumbs, how writers gather breadcrumbs to make a living, and also that we construct a house. And if we construct a house well, people think it's not work. And also if you love building a house, why should you be paid for it? Because the enjoyment is enough, I think. So my connection to copyright. In 1988, my first book came out, and 3,000 copies sold as a maritime novel study. Ironically, or coincidentally, 1988 was the same year CanCopy came to be. And it was formed by writers and publishers to simplify the permission process, to make life easier for teachers so they could copy quality, curated work easily. I love teachers. I get along with teachers. I go into their schools. I speak with their classes. I cooperate with teachers. This is not anything against teachers. And as the years went by, those 3,000 books dropped to 20 per classroom. It probably was an inverse relationship to technology, and even now as science comes in. And recently, I would say that the classroom copies dropped from 5 to 0.5. During COVID, they refused to buy books. Essentially, first they decided that COVID was carried on books, the germs, of course. And secondly, then they had to spend money on masks, so of course they couldn't afford to pay for books. In 2011, I became a director at Access Copyright. The same year, the Copyright Amendment Bill C-11 was created with the infamous education exemption. I visited Ottawa with to have breakfast with some MPs to explain why the copyright exemption would harm my income, because it is one of the many breadcrumbs that I rely on to make a loaf of bread for my family. My MP, who was a conservative at the time, said they would never, this was before it was passed, they would never alter the clause, that we would have to find our way around to rein in the exemption. There was an implication that we should duke it out in court to work out the kinks. And duke it out we did. In 2012, I was still on the board for the famous Alberta Education versus Canadian Copyright Court, where we duked it out and lost to Alberta, but essentially we lost to all of the educational institutions in Canada. The next day I cried. I felt the judgment was massively unfair. The judges didn't seem to understand that producing educational material was an industry rather than a charity. They felt it was unreasonable for us to expect every child to have a copy of a book if you could photocopy short excerpts and make those work for a class instead. I don't think short excerpts work, by the way. I've been to South Korea, very proud, 2017, for Canada's birthday. I forget how old we are. I forget how old I am. And spoken to children in classes, and all of them had a copy of my book. There was no question of a dual tang, of a photocopy of an excerpt. And I've also been to Columbia, where every student had a copy of my novel. This honors and celebrates reading. There's no doubt about having the actual book. But to this court, and this is what made me cry, the amount of photocopying didn't matter. And I think the previous lawyers were saying aggregate copying. I think that was the term they used. In effect, what is happening in the classroom from my personal point of view as an author visiting, but also now I have 9 grandchildren who read books, and I see what they're studying in school. They take a dual tang, and this is an original retelling of an Indigenous folktale by an Indigenous author. I am going to assume that it is 10% of a book or whatever they think is legal, and they photocopy it for 30 kids, put it on dual tang. That has now become their text. So for me, fair dealing, where you use something as your text, for heaven's sakes, you have to pay for that. So as far as I'm concerned, that was a kangaroo court, and I every time we have another dealing with court, I'm astounded at what they conclude. It feels like they know nothing about copyright. So to me, it's regardless of how much bigger the book was than its portion of it, that represented an entire work of an artist. So that was her complete retelling of a folktale. It wasn't 10% of what she did, and the way they were using it was causing her to lose money. I'm not saying that the school should buy the whole text, God forbid. But if you use 10% of a book every year as part of your curriculum for each student, I think you really do have to pay. And that's my connection to copyright. Thank you.
Gilles.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much for the meeting of today. It is very energizing to feel that we are not alone, and we form a community of thinking and power. And it is depressing. So do we get supplied antidepressant at the end of the day? But my relation with copyright is a relation, not only a relationship of copyright, but it starts when we go to school, and then we indeed start to use all sorts of material reproduced. And at a professional level, I am born in Belgium. I came in 1998. I started working for a publishing company in Quebec. So pretty classical experience. So I bought back the editor, and what is shocking, the work, the right of the copyright is not at the heart of the. So it's the relation to produce, commercialize, to make work alive, and this is what worries us with the responsibilities attached. I had to get familiar what is a copyright, so I bought an edition, an editor that has a printing company that has. So I didn't ask myself, and relation with writers is but I tried to understand what was this big machinery that is the copyright. It was not even to understand. It is intuitively evident sometimes. Somebody has created a work and it is a bit more difficult to understand, to grasp. So I try to go with Anel at the administration level. I go and come back, and I think that for a long time I had responsibilities on the Committee of Copyright, and when we arrived the first revision of copyright in 2012, we were very involved in the discussions, and this is where collectively we launched a big effort to understand things, to editors live that but are not specialists of copyright, and we face lawyers that are specialized in that, and how we can pull our work. So I am representative on the business administration of the copyright, an organization. I am the president in copyright is something that I work. I had the occasion to participate with several meetings all over the world to meet colleagues, editors, and with the pandemic, I heard it all over. We like to say that we, like according to Jean Créan, the best country in the world, but when it comes to copyright, we are the worst students, and I was shocked to hear another person to say the worst regime of when it comes to copyright. My relation with copyright, it is to defend a model. And this morning, I would have appreciated at the round table there is not only writers, but also producers of music also, no matter what, because for me, it's a team. It's not an opposition, at least in my domain. We work together, we are partners, and we are all impacted by the fact that copyright is altered in the education domain, and we are all impacted by that. And my fear here is to get divided and to say, oh, but finally, it is not the legislation, it is the repartition between producer and the creator here. So we can this is the pie is here, and how we divide it is the problem. And the industry of the book is a strong one, and to see how collectively we are here, and that's why we have a collective management in Quebec. We have to reaffirm this collectivity, to affirm it also before the politicians that have a tendency to divide us.
Half of the musicians I know, we are all on the same side at this point because they're not doing any better. Charlotte.
Well, my experience with copyright is very much my personal experience. Sorry. My experience with copyright is the personal experience of a writer. I write narrative and biography. Even working flat out, I can only produce a book every 3 or 4 years because my books are, along with being narrative and creative nonfiction, they are very research heavy. I invest an enormous amount in the research, plus interviews with experts, plus travel to archives. They're expensive to produce. And I like the phrase breadcrumbs. I patch my living together from the breadcrumbs, from obviously my royalties, my advances, my reading fees, grants, public lending right, and access copyright pre the York University decision, used to be an important component of my income, but it's shrinking all the time. And anecdotally, I know that my books are showing up on university history course packs or as digitally circulated PDFs on required reading lists, and I receive absolutely no compensation whatsoever. Now, I want to tell you a story that I heard from an old master of my particular genre, narrative history, when I first began writing. Pierre Burton, the father of Canadian narrative history, who now, when we read his books, we all wince because, of course, they belong to a different generation. But he was one hell of a writer, and his books would sell in the thousands of copies that would make Sylvia and I just gasp with envy. And he once told me this story when I actually won a Pierre Burton Award from the History Society for popularizing Canadian history. He said, when I was a young man, I was invited to go and speak to a service club in some really obscure little town in the interior of British Columbia. It was February. The weather was lousy. I had to rent a car. I had to drive myself there. The organizer was a lovely, lovely guy who was an enormous enthusiast. He said, you know, you're going to meet some very keen readers, real fans. I'm afraid we don't have any money, so we can't pay your expenses and we can't pay you a fee. But you're just going to have a good time. There are sandwiches. And you should be able to sell some books afterwards. And Pierre Burton said, I was young and guileless. Hard to believe he was ever young and guileless, but there you go. So he went. He drove for 2 or 3 hours through a horrible rainstorm. He got there. There were a crowd of 100 people eager to hear him. And there was some business beforehand. But before the meeting actually began, this must have been in about the 1960s, the meeting began by singing O Canada with somebody playing the piano. And afterwards, after Pierre Burton, O Canada takes 4 minutes to sing. Pierre spoke for about an hour, took questions, then had to drive himself back. But before he left, he saw the organizer slipping the piano player an envelope. And he said, well, what's that? And the organizer said, oh, well, we always play the piano player. And he turned to me and he said, don't forget, the piano player always gets paid. Make sure that you value your work and you don't give it away. And that's always stayed with me because I feel that now I'm in the position that Pierre Burton was in that night. I mean, I feel the same way about course packs and what universities are doing with my work, because I happen to know that actually more than a couple of my books, some of my books have easily extractable chapters or sections that make a very good introduction to, Canadian History 101. I hear about it. My friends' children say, oh, I know. I saw a bit of your book in my course pack. It used to be that they were physical course packs. Now they're often digital. I know that the university, and this is very much what Sylvia was saying, is paying. The university is paying for the reproduction and distribution costs, not copyright, but just paper and whatever, how else it's packaged. They're paying for the university real estate. They're paying for the teachers' time. They're paying for everything they do to publicize the courses. They're paying for all the packaging of what my material is going into. They're not paying anything to me. They take my work, the work I have created with so much effort, as a free good. They're stealing my intellectual property, which has become the curriculum content, some of the curriculum content, for Canadian history students. And so this government talks a really great game about protecting creators. And copyright protection right now, as of tomorrow, would be a fantastic step forward. Because right now, I feel I'm subsidizing Canadian culture, Canadian history, and Canadian education. But it's got to the point now where Canadian history has been so downgraded in terms of what is getting grants, or with copyright access, you know, that's true for every creator, every writer, and the market in Canada, frankly, is too small. Even when you're at my level, and I'm selling at the top level, it's not large enough to support those 3 or 4 years of effort it takes me to write a book. And so I'm just about to publish next year my 12th book. And I am so ashamed to admit this, but the word Canada does not appear in it. I have to go for a different market. Thank you.
Certainly, in a panel like this, everyone is welcome to jump in and chat. But my next question is perhaps more realistically aimed at the people on the panel that have publishing backgrounds. What are the practical implications of what you've seen? Like, percentages, numbers, reduction. Like in any industry, COVID hits, for example, and we see some people saying, yeah, my income's declined, 15% or whatever. I know for industries I'm familiar with that say touring music performers went down like 92%, something like that. We have a situation with copyright driven by a number of court decisions. We focused a lot on the York decision, but we've also talked about the University of Alberta decision and a number of other things. Anyway, when all these things are combined, what are you seeing as a practical reality in terms of the numbers that you've been affected by? Either of you can, okay, Gio first.
Thanks for the question, Jeff. In some ways, I'm reluctant to start down this road because, but I'm going to go down it. But I think that in the framing that the Supreme Court decision is written, losing income is a public good. If I lose income, it's a public good. And so reinforcing that idea is something I'm loath to do by showing how much is lost. But it's in fact the framing of the world that we're in now. The idea that the creators in our industry, meaning the text-based industries, writing and publishing, to some extent illustration and so on, the people in those industries are a very small number compared to Canadian students. We're always going to lose the numbers game. And so if public interest is measured as how many people win and how many people lose, when I lose, the public wins. I'm not content with that description of the situation. The way I see it, when the government, because it is a government problem at this stage, when the government protects a right, it protects the right for everyone. When it protects the interests of people who are working to build its culture, working to continue its traditions, history, working to give life to its languages. When it protects those people, it's protecting the public interest. So that's preamble. The numbers, I'm from the Canadian-owned publishing industries, my affiliations with ACP, so like Gilles, I'm part of the independent publishing community. And despite having about 20% of the revenues at retail, we publish about 80% of the books that are by Canadian authors in Canada. When this change began happening in my own company, I'm a post-secondary educational publisher primarily. I also own a literary press as of recently. But in our company, the royalty revenue we received through Access Copyright fell by about 80% between 2012 and 2017. How much of my income was represented by that royalty? More than my profit margin. So when that royalty disappears, what also has to disappear for me to stay in publishing is some of the investment that I make in the work that we're publishing. Our writers make less, our designers make less, I make less, everyone makes less. The The prospect in education is much worse than that, just judging again from our community. Most of the publishers who were engaged in publishing K-12 resources for Canadian schools are now out of that business. Going back to our first panel this morning, that's a freedom of expression issue. It's a cultural diversity issue. When you cannot support the act of developing and publishing new work, creating, developing and publishing, you are effectively silenced in the wide world. And to me, it's a regret that is playing out now in post-secondary. The argument that I encounter constantly that professors don't need to be paid for their work and they're the ones who write post-secondary resources means that the only avenues seen by those arguments towards publication are to have an institutional job in education. If you have an institutional job, you can be an educator in the sense of being an author. Again, I'm not satisfied with that. I think that independent voices representing the diversity of the country need to be rewarded, and in being rewarded, they're given the freedom of expression that's guaranteed in our charter. Over to you, Gilles.
Now, regarding the position in Quebec, my position will be slightly different. We've got a market which is quite specific compared to the rest of Canada, such that for the time being, and I'm speaking of just for the time being, our income is still rather stable, even increasing compared to the book market in Quebec. It has increased. In fact, more Quebec authors are being read, less from other French authors. We're next to the United States and Anglo-Saxon, but we are suffering the cultural influence of France, but we've been able to move away from that over the past years. We've got to remember as well that our present income, it's still the sale of books. I was speaking of people in the world of music. We were speaking of the sale of albums. The revenue from that has disappeared. So we've got to do shows, but we can still get revenues for the sale of books. The digitization of books means that we've got a big network of libraries on our territory. So we were able to preserve a model which was able to adjust, but is based on the sale of books and the sharing of revenues from these sales. So the share of revenues for a publisher coming from directly from the copyright, so CopyBank for us, obviously is part of our revenue stream, but it's not an essential part. Obviously, I'm setting aside everything that is school books. We will speak about that later. But if your prime purpose is to write school books and photocopies are free, then you don't have a business model. And there is Quebec law, which stipulates that there be a Quebec content and that it be controlled by law. And we want the children to learn our history. And in Quebec, we've decided that we would have an educational system that will reflect our society and our history. So regarding general publishing, the royalties revenues are dropping. Essentially today, we'll start from CopyBank are less than they used to be. And it's the first thing that we want to defend. It's not normal that these amounts have quite literally disappeared. So we realize that there's a strong pressure coming from the world of education, especially from the university level, to follow this Anglo-Saxon model. of what they are speaking of fair share, which means free of content, if there is something that we cannot, it's something we cannot tolerate. So for independent publishers in Quebec, all of these changes regarding the copyright and the attacks on the copyrights, we are not necessarily protected in Quebec. We just are a little one step behind. We know very well that we're at risk. We benefit from a certain governmental protection. The National Assembly in Quebec voted unanimously a motion recognizing the importance of copyright and equitable pay, and now there are collective negotiations with colleges, universities even, and we know that we can present that as parts of priorities of the provincial government, which finances these people, and they've got to consider us, the creators. So we are just a little bit behind. Eventually we will disappear, and they will want reduced costs like everyone else, and copyright law is a federal law, so they will fall on the field of battle, and they will save money from authors and rights holders. And what we've been saying since this morning, I've heard two things. Diane was speaking of respect. That's the first and most important part. The rest of the work, to respect what we're doing as a creator, producer, and then there's the monetary question, which is on us and our work conditions, and I'm very shoulder to shoulder with the producers, the freelancers that we use. It's not, they're not people that live high off the hog. I've never comfortable to ask for a reviewer, a special fee. It's culture. We don't have a lot of money. That is something that bothers me. And so in final analysis, it's a question of money. For example, in the question for education, the financing by public services, by taxes, it's a question of financing, and we've got to tell the government it's not a question of patching the copyright law. You've got to be able to buy books. We've got to keep the libraries full in schools so that the professionals can do the work. And we've got to make sure that educational institutions are well financed so they are not tempted to save money on the back of creators. As example, you've got to pay the pianist. We've got to pay the creator. We've got to pay everyone. And with these negotiations, it's the first thing. Are the professors paid? Is your janitor paid? You've got to understand that the work of creation, it's the salary of authors, and you've got to pay for that part as well. Conclusion for us in Quebec, for the time being, it's not as bad as in the rest of Canada. However, we can see the train coming, and we certainly support you in this question and this revision of the copyright law, because we've absolutely got to make sure that we're heard for that issue.
So there's a song that I recently heard somebody perform going back to the 70s called Nothing from Nothing Leaves Nothing. And I think that is something that may be overlooked by people who don't understand that you can have a lot of laws saying that educational content is free, but you have no one around to create it because they can't. We all have to get out, pay our bills, eat, and all those things that are very real. Then you really do have a nothing from nothing situation. So from that point of view, our writers, I'd like to pose a question similar to the one I posed to the publishers as, how bad has it got?
Is that for me?
Both of you.
Well, while York is a post-secondary institution, whatever they do signals what the K-12 sector does. So that's the area that I am in because I write middle grade and young adult. It means that the court decides what portion of work that we can charge for and what we have to give away. And we created the access copyright so that we wouldn't have to deal with that. That is the body that is supposed to decide what part we get remunerated for. So, so apart, I think you've got the idea that you know that apart from the mega best-selling author with blockbuster movie deals, and even Hemingway had to cobble together the breadcrumbs, by the way, until he had this blockbuster movie deal. Most writers exist by, advances, grants, teaching, editing, speaking, writing, freelance articles, but there's 2 months of the year that groceries and rent were covered. We all know February is PLR month. We love it. I get $4,000 something, mortgage, groceries, car payments, it's all covered. Sometimes I get a new roof, whatever happens in the house. Things happen to my house just like everyone else's. For access copyright, I usually get paid in October, payback, which is the whole sum that we can't accredit to people, and it's divided amongst us depending upon pages. It used to be in 2012, my check was $3,000, so comparable to public lending, right? Again, mortgage, car payment, groceries. And then like 12 books later, because we're now 2022, it's $500, and that's only because someone in Quebec photocopies and declares it. So this isn't even covering my groceries, and this is for an author with over 40 books. This idea, I just learned this morning, the idea that little writers, not little, but if you produce a small quantity of books, it affects people. You can see that. It really affects people. And in Canada, my books affect a small amount of kids. And then it goes out to the world. I'm like this cultural voice in Colombia. And before Colombia and Korea and Mexico now, and sadly, I'm sorry, Russia. And before that, it was all Scandinavia. This is this Canadian writer, this small little career here in Canada, and I'm speaking our values to other countries. So I will also add that how has it affected me personally as my own publisher, Dundurn Press, is ceasing to publish children's works because schools are not ordering enough copies in general. And I want to backtrack one last thing that perhaps we're not aware of. Children's writing grew up in about the 1970s when publishers decided to aim children's literature to accommodate the school curriculum. Suddenly, the children's literature bloomed and flourished, and I came along in the 80s. And then, so we have always, with our tiny little market, depended on schools as a market. So for any court decision that gives our work away free to schools, this is demolishing the industry. And will we get it back? Who's going to replace that? The behemoth to the south. We already know that, right? So that's how it affects my career and makes. I'm finished. Thank you.
I'd say my access copyright payments have diminished at the same rate as yours, even though during that period I've produced 4 books, including The Promise of Canada, which I produced for the sesquicentennial year, which was the story of 7 Canadians who'd made a difference since Confederation. And that book in particular is one where I know some of those essays are cropping up in course packs, the essays on Elijah Harper, the essays on Emily Carr. So I know that my work is spreading. I also know that my work is valued, my work as a writer, a freelance writer who's trying to invite Canadians to enjoy our history, to learn some of the incredible aspects of this country. Because I get calls from the Canadian Heritage Department asking me to be a consultant on different projects. I won't go into what they are. They're usually obviously history related. I'm paid well for that work, so I feel that my input is valued. And so I can see that people feel there is a value in narrative history that does not come out of universities. But what I don't feel is that there is any importance being attached to creating a body of work from all kinds of different writers, a body of historical, accessible books for adults that will explain to today's Canadians from all those incredibly diverse backgrounds. I mean, what is it? Half of the people in Toronto were actually born outside the country. Well, that will be the case in 2030. That will explain to them why our values are so different from, for example, American values. That whole body of work is just shrinking because there aren't enough rewards for it. And so increasingly, in fact, people who like reading history are buying American books, because writing for the American audience, you know, you have a market 10 times larger, you can have far more sales, far more hookups with television companies. And I see on Father's Day, or coming up to Father's Day, all those adolescents going into Chapters Indigo and looking for the latest biography of an American president. Because there are so few really good reads about Canadian politicians. There just aren't that many. But there's, you know the ones I mean, those great big fat ones, beautifully illustrated, incredibly well produced, luscious to read. And that's now becoming the model for the kind of history that Canadians can expect to enjoy as their vacation reading. And it represents a completely different country, a completely different set of values, a completely different set of choices. So I feel my work is valued sort of in the micro sense, but I just worry tremendously about maintaining in the larger issue a sense of why this country is the way it is today. What happened in the past to make Canada unique?
Please. I just wanted to jump in for a second on some of what's been said on this part. First of all, Charlotte's point that her work is valued is a different statement than saying it's properly paid for. And in all the court actions, in all the Copyright Board proceedings, what we've seen is a very high volume of copying of Canadian educational resources without paying for them. So the value equation is there, except for the part on our side of the equal sign. I think that's a really important point. The point that Gilles made about the situation not being as dire in Quebec as it is in the rest of Canada is, again, really important in the Canadian context. Imagine that if my work is copied in Quebec, I will be paid for it. But if his work is copied in the rest of Canada, he won't be. It's very much the international situation that was described this morning, except that it's occurring inside our country. And to me, that's not acceptable. The other point I wanted to make is going back to the question of metrics. We're now at $190 million or so in certified tariffs that have not been paid since I'll quote it again, the disastrous amendment of 2012. What that doesn't capture is the change in the marketplace. We've got a broken marketplace now. If I'm competing against my own work available for free, it's impossible for me to charge for it. And that's in very practical terms, the situation that is reinforced by the SCC decision in Access Copyright versus York.
And I know on this panel that we're speaking a lot on the literary works side of the equation, but certainly in a number of industries, including film, music, and otherwise, the same exemption applies. And having taught in a lot of art schools, I'm certainly seeing those situations happen as well. There's plenty of places with student music that has student film rates that are very, very reasonable. And I've taught in a lot of schools where there would be a licensing of that music, but now, of course, the default position is, well, don't worry about paying for those. And so many of that material is, on websites which do issue license fees, but they're mostly for international audiences. Canada just doesn't have to think about it. And so it's pretty much everywhere. Next question, before we open up to the audience, is what are your survival techniques at this point? I mean, we are obviously here looking towards trying to at least make some legislative changes within, the government sections. But in the meanwhile, what are your survival techniques? I certainly know from a music creator's point of view, some of the things that my colleagues and I have done, probably not exactly me, I just show up at my law practice, but there is a lot of concern amongst full-time music creators, and they've had to find survival techniques. So I guess we'll start at the Gilles end and just chat a little bit about what's going on, how are you managing this environment?
Thank you for the question. Regularly, I'm thinking of changing careers. But we know that once we're in the sector of books, it's hard to exit. First of all, there are two levels. Regarding the collective aspect, if I'm involved in the Association of Editors, Quebec, in the community, it's because I believe in the strength of collectivity. It's an illustration of the difference between Quebec and the rest of Canada. Notwithstanding predatory legislation full of holes, we can find, nonetheless, work or even develop a market. It's not because it's legal that it's moral. And it's not because there's legislation that allows things that everyone should rush into it. We're speaking of institutions. Books can still be bought. They're available if they want to pay their license, their rights. It can be done. It's a question of political choices. There are people that make that decision. And I think we have a first collective fight that we have to do. It's not because you've got a right to do it that you should be doing it. We've got pressures at all levels that we can do, that we can meet all of these people. Short parenthesis, I don't want to spend a lot of time, but a few years ago in Quebec, we had Laval University in Quebec, in my own city, which decided that didn't want to renew its PBEC license and develop their own copyright system and photocopy. They could do it better and pay the authors better, explaining, of course, that it was the reverse, and Quebec was authorized by the collective suit against Laval University, which led to an out-of-court settlement, and Laval came back under the Copybec umbrella and now is dealing with collective management. First of all, there's a university board of directors. They're there to form minds and to be creators, and they've taken the decision to not pay creators. But look, there's shame on you. How can you take that decision? The TV show says that, and we are producers, we are artists, we have a voice, the public is listening to us, they're reading, and use this first combat level to be heard and not to resign ourselves to the fact that a more practical question, what can we do? What is our survival issue? We do like everyone else. We know our public and we are in diversity. The risk is to publish less. I've started to reduce the number of books that I publish. We're taking fewer risks. There are projects we will no longer do because we knew that some projects might not bring a profit, but the margins are such that we cannot take risks anymore, and that is a real risk. We can add and the pandemic and the crisis we're living right now with the production of books. The issue is very difficult, the cost of paper, printing. There are many confluence of issues. So for the first time, we've got to break the production. We've got to reduce the risk. And I believe that for either for young authors or authors who didn't get the recognition that they should have had, we've got to reduce the number of books. It's a strategy to cope and to hope that collectively we can change things collectively. We had a Minister of Heritage Canada that was determined to help us to cover some holes in the law. We'll continue to remind him to do that.
Thank you. You mentioned that you are diversifying to other audiences, and I'm sure you put a lot of work into thinking about who those audiences are and markets, because, you know, that's a very sensible thing. So let us know if there's other things you've done that you're repositioning in the industry the way it is.
I think realizing that I have to write for a larger market, and of course the obvious larger markets are the other large English-speaking the States and Britain, where there's a much bigger pool of potential buyers. They're very hard to break into. We'll see how the next book does. I mean, actually, one of the things I've really thought about a lot, just listening to the speakers here, is the difference between sort of Quebec and the rest of Canada. And of course, what's the difference? The support of the Quebec government, the understanding in Quebec of the uniqueness of that society, the importance of maintaining a really sort of vivid sense of its uniqueness through different, not just literature, but all kinds of other creative expressions. I realize how important it is to keep lobbying politicians, federal politicians, so that you know, before they just see Canadian culture, the dam is broken, the water's just dribbling through their fingers, and suddenly it's gone. And that, therefore, continual political pressure, continually at every election, actually provincial as well as federal, supporting those who do say they're going to do something about this, and keeping raising it at every possible opportunity.
Thank you. Survival techniques.
I'll pick up where Charlotte left off first. I have two parts to my answer, but the first part is that part of my survival technique is to re-energize the advocacy that I do with my colleagues and with our colleagues in the writing community. It is absolutely a government problem at this stage. The amendment in 2012 could have, as advised, not included education as a purpose for fair dealing. It did include that. It could have been specific about its language in ways that would have avoided litigation, ruinous litigation for our side, which is far less deep in the pocket than the education sector is. We have far less in our war chest to do litigation, but it did not. It could have been very clear about a mediation or administration system that was effective and that worked, and instead we have a copyright board that at this stage is advisory in a way that makes it pointless to engage in a procedure at Copyright Board. Surely this was never intended, and it could have been specific in the Act at the time. I think that the path is there. We had the parliamentary review that began at the very end of 2017 and reported in 2019. And the Shifting Paradigms report from Heritage Committee, at least, is very clear in its recommendations, especially 18 to 21 in its recommendations, beginning with repairing the damage done by the inclusion of education as a purpose for fair dealing. I think that pathway is much clearer to me now than it was at the beginning. I had more time to argue with educators in the past. I think our discussion now is a constructive one with government. They're in a position to be the heroes in this, to give Canadians in general, including the creative sector in Canada, what it needs to succeed. And it's really essential in my survival strategy to put all the energy, the spare energy I have, into that task. The flip side is less optimistic and less positive. The survival strategies that I am involved in include doing less. I was a partner in a company until 2006 called Les Éditions Duval, or Duval House Publishing, that did French language school publishing for schools outside of Quebec. It did Indigenous languages publishing, and it had a list of about 150 resources in languages, Indigenous languages. It did English language learning materials for China that featured Canadian characters in positive situations that helped to bridge cultures. And it did independent English language social studies publishing. We had about 25 employees in Edmonton. We were a contributor. It's impossible to have that company in the environment we've got today. The company I have now is successful in its own way, but it's small. We have to outsource some of our production offshore because it's an essential economy in the workflow that we've got. Many of our contributors are contractors rather than employees, so they become part of the gig economy, and the essential uncertainty of working as a writer is there for them in spades. It's work that's important and that we're going to continue to do, and I think publishers are in some ways the victims of their own resilience. We can face 1,000 cuts and still come back the next day and go back to work. I think writers are the same way. If the only way for me to prove that it's too much is to quit, eventually that day will come if we stay on the path we're on now. But at the moment, it's a survival strategy to pull my wings in, to do less with more, to stay alive, to fight another day. And I hope to keep contributing to the work that's done by independent Canadian creators.
Thank you. I think that is part of the creative soul. As somebody who still has a bit of it, you know, it just seems like you don't ever really want to quit because that's why we all got into it in the first place.
Yeah, survival. Why isn't it working? Hello, hello. Now it's working, right? Yeah, I want to circle back to survival, not only of me, but of publishers, that the timing of the last York decision, it could have saved a few publishers. And all of the authors right now, we're waiting for royalty statements, and we're checking with each other. Did you get yours yet? Did you get yours yet? Because I feel a lot of the small publishers are teetering. And we'll circle back to the idea of diversity, how those voices, it was a very small publisher that published Sherry Demoline, and her book is on the bestseller list over and over and over, and now that publisher can't afford to pay the royalties and get more diverse voices in. Now, how am I surviving? The last time I spoke like this, I remember saying that I'm drawing down on my retirement, which I am. And if I run out of that, I will sell my house. And John Deegan put that on Twitter, and I started to get offers on my house. So I'm a millionaire. My house is worth a lot of money, but I still have to live somewhere. So how am I seriously surviving this? First of all, foreign rights has always paid the bills. And over COVID especially, they paid the bills. But the Writers' Union was phenomenal when COVID came in. They gave us grants, and one of the grants that they gave us was an extraordinary, to me, extraordinary $500 to do a virtual meeting with the school. So it forced me to go get a school. And they were not interested. The teachers were exhausted. You know, there are heroes at this time. They had to teach with masks on, with masks off. They had to teach grade kindergarten, then suddenly grade 1, 2, 3, then 5, 6. The last thing they wanted to think about was an author. But because this was a large amount of money, we all forced ourselves to conquer the technology and go into the classroom virtually. And the Writers' Union, in the past, with Ontario Arts Council, you go into a school, half is paid by the school, half is paid by Ontario Arts Council. So during COVID, it went full over to Ontario Arts Council. So I continued contacting schools because I know that I have value both in my writing and in my writing process, talking to the kids. And I think it is more important than ever. I feel that it's a calling. So I've dropped, normally we would charge $300 an hour to speak in a school virtually, which is twice as much the work, twice as much, technology and all that kind of stuff. I've dropped my fee to $150. And I try really hard to approach schools that are very far away so that they're not competing with the urban author, the schools that can afford the most of it. The other way that I've adapted, and this is ironic to me, everybody wants to be me. So they pay me to look at their work. And it's not as, mercenary as that, because when they pay me, I teach them as well. I teach them along the way. And I'm now the junk heap of knowledge. People approach me, other authors, to look at their work. So that is how I surprise. And the one last thing that I do also is I apply for every grant there is. And every grant so far has said, recommended insufficient funds. I wanted to finish off with something because last week I had this amazing experience. I applied for something in the US. It's called Launchpad astronomy course, astronomy for writers. And they invite writers from around the world to come entirely free, except you have to pay your airfare. And you learn for a week about science. You go look at the telescope, you see the stars, you go to the observatory all day long, you learn physics. They put stuff in, you think you're Einstein as you leave. So I met a lot of American writers, six-figure writers, game designers. And I met a Princeton professor of creative writing, and she also had big contracts for lots of books. And she said to me, when we talked about access copyright, we talked about public lending rights. And as a teacher, needing access to copies, because I've taught too, and I know this is true, she thinks that access copyright is brilliant. And public lending rights, of course, is just extra remuneration for her. It would be as an author. They don't have that in the US. But what she really exclaimed about is she says, why does Canada not learn from US mistakes? Why do they always have to imitate America's worst behavior? So I remember we're going to have that worst behavior reinforced if we don't keep our culture alive. So that's my parting remark.
Thank you.
For questions.
Your comments are actually very personal to me in parts of it, because my personal partner is an elementary school librarian, and we watched that whole just dealing with elementary school students during COVID. And yes, it was a lot of work, a lot of adjusting, and a lot of different things. So on that note, I'm first going to ask Tarek if we have any online questions. Yes? No? Okay. All right. Well, then, do we have any questions from the floor at microphone number 1? All right, so that makes us hit the end of the day. I want to thank our panel very much, and their time is very appreciated, and we will continue the fight. So on that note, we just have the end of the day announcements, and here they are. There is, as we mentioned, the reception on the Hill from 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock. The address is 197 Spark Street, and the exact suite and location should be written in your program. So please look at that, because I don't have my copy, so I can't read it to you. I'm asked to remind everybody that if you are attending the reception, please bring along your proof of vaccination to show at the door. Your translation headphones should be returned to the staff, and we will get you new ones tomorrow, all sanitized and clean. And of course, the great incentive tomorrow morning, given what we were already fed today, that we have a free breakfast for you at 8:15 a.m. Is there anything else? Yes. We need proof of vaccination and ID. That's what it was. All right, so you need ID and proof of vaccination. I misunderstood the question, but now we know. So thank you, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.